everybody. Thanks for coming to second day of this weekend of the third Checkmate tournament round robin phase, and we have a really exciting match up today. We're looking at Invictus versus Tel'annas, and it's going to be a best of 5 match, essentially. There weren't enough people in the bracket to do a full round robin for these two teams, so what we decided to do was just have them do a best of 5 match, in order to give them more rounds, more points, and just showcase their skills as much as possible. So it's going to be a long one, but it's going to be some very intense, fun matches. We have seen Invictus on stream before. Tel'annas, unfortunately, their first match was not streamed, but it was I think it actually did go for 4 rounds off stream, so it's definitely, these are two teams that can really put up a fight. And yeah, it's super exciting to be back commentating. It's just me right now. Hopefully I will be joined soon by my co-commentators. We're gonna have 2 other co-commentators today because it's such a long one. So I should be joined soon by DTM or Galia. So that's gonna be super exciting. And yeah, so I am just going to go through and check out what I have missed so far. It looks like we are going to be on Leo's Memory. Invictus banned Sacred Heart Hospital, which is understandable, obviously. You do want to have a more equal map to start things off. Picking Sacred Heart first does kind of, it could put some points on the board for your survivors. But obviously you do want to have your hunter at a little bit more of an advantage at the start of the rounds, so it makes sense to ban out the hospital first, and we're going to be going on Leo's Memory, so that's definitely a map that could spell trouble for these hunters, but also for the survivors. It's kind of a map that does tend to trip people up, so it'll be a fun one. I enjoy Leo's Memory, but that's really just me and my own personal taste. It's a very fun lizard map, so we can start that counter now, I guess. But for most other hunters, it's, it can definitely be a bit of an issue to work on a map like that. So I'm really interested to see how both the Invictus Hunter and the Tel'annas Hunter are able to kind of work around that on a map that sort of sabotages yourself with the snow particle effects. But yeah, it looks like Invictus is going to be surviving first, so we will be seeing Tel'annas' Hunter, which is 7 low, who I am very excited to see. A very, very scary hunter, has full mastery of the opera singer, as is kind of to be expected by the top hunters in this day and age, but does also have a clerk and a very notorious Bloody Queen, who I think we actually did get to see in the previous Checkmate. So, yeah, that is something that we've seen before if you watched the last Checkmate tournament back in the spring. But yeah, and it looks like DX will be hunting for Invictus in the first round as well, who I believe is also a clerk main, if my notes are correct here, also a clerk main, sculptor, geisha, and also has a disciple, which is, well, hopefully we'll be able to get to see that. But yeah, it looks like we are going to head into our ban picks now. So I'm definitely really excited to see. Again, we are working with the up-to-date tournament rules, where we will be seeing the first 2 survivors of each match banned permanently, in addition to all of the other Hunter and Survivor bans. So obviously that is something that Invictus will need to work around when it comes to who they want to pick, who they want to choose to come out first. Leo's Memory is definitely something you can have a lot of really strategic survivor picks on. I would be interested to see if Invictus wants to go with an Explorer pick. Explorer can be very well utilized on a map like Leo's Memory just because of, as I was saying before, it's hard to see. There's a lot of just things on the map, and that can work really well for an Explorer hiding. It's just difficult to see, difficult to kind of find that Explorer, and And especially when you're looking at something like a clerk potentially coming in this first round, as well as an opera singer. Opera singer can also, but I do think actually, in terms of an opera singer, you can kind of see the shadow where the explorer is hiding, so that could definitely get in the way if Invictus does decide to come out with an explorer pick. Then again, though, Invictus is kind of known for being heavy on the harassment, so we could definitely see some of those harassers being picked out first, instead of something that would be more specific to the map, I would say. But again, that really is up in the air, and we are just waiting on those first two survivor picks. I would definitely expect a priestess to be banned first. Leo's is a pretty big map, but actually we are going to ban the coordinator and the dancer, so really looking at that. First two survivors are permanently banned. Kind of wants to pressure Invictus maybe into picking that priestess first, into picking something that will definitely be banned in next rounds, giving them the opportunity to lock in that priestess first could be very advantageous in the next rounds. But actually, instead of coordinator and dancer, we are going with the coordinator and the first officer for our first two bans. I will see if that is a definite here. It may be, no, we might not be allowed to edit this one. I guess I'll wait and see on this to confirm the ban for sure. Coordinator is definitely going to be banned though, which is a pretty strong ban here. The thing with coordinator is that she's kind of underestimated, and she's very underestimated in NAU specifically. A lot of the times NAU will focus more on that gravekeeper, in terms of that like kind of third string rescuer after the mercenary, after the first officer. But coordinator can be very valuable. If you don't miss that gun, it either forces the hunter to carry excitement, or it forces the hunter to just take the gun, which can guarantee a rescue or just guarantee an extended kite. So banning out that coordinator first here from 7 low is valuable. It doesn't allow for that kind of security, and also as well the first officer being banned. If we're going with an opera singer here, the mercenary kind of struggles against the opera singer, especially with the new nerf, which we are playing with. Obviously, we are on the current patch. So mercenary's damage nerf really can come in. And especially against an opera singer, the only thing he can really do against an opera singer is elbow pad, but she does have a dash. So it kind of negates the effect of that elbow pad. But we are going to get our first two picks in here as well. Invictus is going to lock in the Toy Merchant and the Wildling. So a pretty interesting pick on that Wildling. But they do definitely want that stable rescuer, and as I was saying, the mercenary does tend to struggle against an opera singer. So if we are looking at opera singer here, Wildling is definitely a good choice with that coordinator and first officer banned. You do want a stable rescuer. Wildling has the boar, makes him pretty unchaseable, as well as just gives a little bit more security towards that rescue. You can play a lot of mind games with the boar, when the boar will run out, etc. And the Toy Merchant as well. Very excited to see the Toy Merchant coming out here. I know if you caught me yesterday or even last week, big fans of Toy Merchant we are in this house. And having her utilized on a map like Leo's Memory, where there are those levels to work with. The factory in particular is so useful for a toy merchant, between herself and also her teammates placing the catapults, especially with her new buff that allows you to see where those catapults are going kind of before you have to manually test it out. It's a really big improvement for the toy merchant here, and I'm definitely excited to see how Invictus is able to utilize her. We're going to have Antiquarian banned out next, not wanting to see those harassers on the field, and Psychologist is going to be our third pick. It's kind of interesting here, we're not seeing yet the Lawyer or the Gardener, who have kind of become this anti-opera singer veteran meta, which is kind of interesting to me, having some of the first few survivors added into the game to counter the latest hunter. But we're not seeing that yet, and we're not seeing that here. So, but it is exciting, it's something that I like to see, watching NAEU building our own strategies, instead of just kind of taking Asia meta. which is something that NAU does do a lot of, but it feels like, especially with the introduction of the Opera Singer, and Invictus as well, is a pretty unique team. So they are kind of they're forging their own path here, I would say. So yeah, we're just going to wait on that final ban here from Sevenluo. Okay, it is going to be the Acrobat, which, you know, as I've said kind of time and time again here, the Acrobat can be such a versatile character, really not something that you want to see, especially on a map like Lua's Memory, can take advantage of those stairs, breaking that distance. It's like a pocket blink for the survivors, and it looks like we're going to see a Professor as the final pick here, which is it's something that I've been thinking about a lot, honestly. The Professor can be very, very useful against an Opera Singer, but really comes down to the timing. The Opera Singer does have a very fast hitbox. Professor obviously slows that down when it comes to his passive skill. I think it's called Evil Scale, something along those lines. It basically makes the attack animation slower whenever the Opera Singer, or whenever just the Hunter in general, is within a certain radius. So that can definitely be very useful against an Opera Singer. He's a little bit like a replacement Seer, and especially in the with after post Seer nerf, with that reduced to 30% attack recovery, or the 30% attack recovery reduction. He is a little bit like a replacement Seer. So I'm definitely excited to see if Invictus is able to kind of use those scales to assist teammates as well as the Professor himself. But it's a very exciting lineup here. We've got the Wildling, Toy Merchant, Psychologist, and Professor, which isn't, it's not something that we see. This is a very, I wouldn't say it's off meta. It's not off meta, but it's kind of like just to the left of meta, where we're seeing these picks that don't, well, not the Psychologist, but like Wildling, Professor, Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant obviously is very situational, but we don't see as much of Wildling and Professor, especially in the first round. It feels more like a third round lineup, but it's also very well done by Invictus kind of preserving their resources here. Because this is a best of 5 match. At minimum, this is going to go for 3 rounds. And that's if one team wins all 3 rounds. It's very likely that we're going to see a 4th round or even a 5th round coming out here. Because again, these are 2 very formidable teams. They both have very strong hunters and survivors as well. So yeah, this is I'm honestly glad that this is going to be a best of 5 match. I feel like it's kind of what teams like this deserve and can take full advantage of, as we get pushed into those later rounds, into you know, having 10 survivor bans in the final rounds can really make or break these comps. But yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how things progress here, because I don't think we've actually seen a best of 5 match with the new tournament rules. I do believe that the global bans stop after the 3rd round. I might be mistaken on that, but I think it's maximum of 10 survivor bans, in terms of like combining the global and the normal bans. Okay, yeah, confirmed that we have maximum of 6, I think, when it comes to the global bans. After round 3, the first 2 survivors are no longer banned. But our persona webs are in here. We're going to see the Professor on Flywheel, the Psychologist on Broken Windows, and both the Toy Merchant and the Wildling are carrying Tide. This isn't something that we see as often here, but I definitely respect and understand it, having that backup Tide here, especially when the Wildling can get a little bit more vulnerable towards the end of the match with that reduced war cooldown. Having the Toy Merchant with Tide Turner as well, she can definitely come in for a very clutch set of rescues. But yeah, and I'm assuming all members of the team do have borrowed time. Nothing crazy going on with the persona webs here, very traditional. Professor with Flywheel, though, I'm interested in. It's something that we do see a lot more on harassers. Yeah, it's something that we see more on harassers than kiter characters, but with Professor, you know, you do want to stay within the bounds of the hunter. You don't really want to break that distance. You want to stay close. You want to kind of keep that slow attack recovery or the slow attack animation, but also that does kind of put a wrench in Flywheel. It's because of the timing. Flywheel has such a small window of opportunity to be used. That it can get difficult to time the flywheel when you are working with a hunter that has a slower hit, or with a naturally slower hit from the professor's passive skill. So yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how that professor is able to utilize the flywheel. But yeah, hi everybody in the chat as well. Thank you guys for showing up and supporting both of these teams, as well as myself and the Checkmate tournament overall. Hopefully it won't be just me. We should be getting a co-commentator at some point. Until then, it's just me. It's just Bones. So hopefully that doesn't become too unbearable for you guys. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm happy to be commentating, even if my voice will probably die sooner or later. But yeah, it's very exciting matches, very exciting things coming up. So yeah, thank you guys all for coming. Thank you guys for supporting us. And we are incoming to the first round. So we're going to get into our spawn picks here. It looks like the psychologist is going to spawn in the factory, wildling in the middle, acting as sort of bait. And actually, did we? Okay, so I completely glossed over the hunter pick. My apologies. We are going to have a clerk in this first round, so not the opera singer that we may have expected prior. But you know, the clerk Luo is a very, very scary clerk. And not to be underestimated, especially on a map like Leo's Memory. It's got some pretty open areas, but even in the kiting areas, a lot of opportunities to get those recordings, negate those pallets. There's a lot of room for a clerk to work on a map like this, as well as her endgame pressures. So this is a very formidable hunter here. And we're going to get right into it. So it looks like we might be going for our toy merchant first here, or at least catching sight of her. We are going to have the wildling activated passive skill. Already we do have eyes on the psychologist, who is arguably our most ideal first chase here. So we are going to head up the stairs here, follow this chase. Psychologist is going to drop down. I do wonder if the toy merchant has placed, and toy merchant hasn't placed any catapults yet, but is definitely in the area to support. If it comes down to it. We're going to get our first hit here very, very nicely, and a recording on the psychologist, so a little bit harder for her to start dropping pallets. Definitely needs to be very careful here. We are going to get a recording on that pallet here and a basic hit, but it does look like we do have a catapult placed by the toy merchant. Luo is going to anticipate that though and come up the stairs already. Definitely a lot of distance able to be broken by our psychologist here, but of course, she is still one hit down. That shield is gone, and we do have a clerk at first presence, so a lot more map control has been unlocked here. We're just going to blink right through that wall, not wanting to waste time on a vault, trying to break as much distance as possible. Psychologist does not have flywheel, does only have broken windows, so she is going to go straight down there. Nothing really to break the distance between that heavy hit. And we're going to have our first down at 5 ciphers remaining, but we are nearly, very, very nearly at 4 ciphers remaining. Professor hard at work at a cipher that is going to pop. So 4 ciphers remaining, not bad obviously, but both the toy merchant and the wildling are going to kind of come in here, try and provide a little bit of support when it comes for this rescue. We're going to spot out the wildling, get a basic hit in on him. Toy merchant is going to place another catapult in the area, ready to support. Wildling back on the boar as well, or on the boar. I believe this might actually be the very first boar here. Ready to support, unfortunately just not going to come in, and we're actually going to get right off the boar, so that is going to reduce the cooldown quite a bit, or reduce the time on the boar quite a bit. So psychologist is going to continue the chase through the factory, and that pallet there we can still work with, but we are, again, this is a clerk. She can just record the psychologist. We're going to block off the window there, but unfortunately not quite close enough for that hit. Psychologist going to double back, though, right into the heavy hit of the clerk. So that is going to be our second chair coming in here. Wildling is going to be interrupted with a recording. Of course, Toy Merchant still has tied, and that is the beauty of having two tide turners on a team. That is going to waste a lot of time for Invictus here, as the rest of the survivors are able to decode. Unfortunately, also, this is a wildling who does have a pretty significant decoding debuff, so those ciphers are going to take longer, even when they're not. Even when, you know, the clerk is not pressuring them. But Toy Merchant does have a scale here. He's going to kind of preemptively use it, not quite getting that prediction off. Taking a basic hit, though, is going to gain a very clean rescue and a beautiful body block as well, just to buy as much time as possible for this Psychologist. Psychologist, again, going to just go back into that factory. It's worked as long as possible here, and it's going to continue to work. We still have 23 seconds on Blink here, so... Oh, and a beautiful heavy hit. Not even going to need that Blink to get the Psychologist down, but Wildling is in the area, ready to harass here. Is on half health, though, so America does need to be careful with that Wildling harassment. We're going to get our first hit on the boar. We're about halfway through the boar time as well, so we can definitely just kind of wait it out. But unfortunately, not quite going to get the timing on that wildling stun, and is just going to miss completely. That is a very, very unfortunate miscalculation there from the wildling, and Psychologist is going to be sent back to the manor. Wildling is almost out of that boar time. Toy Merchant is also going to be forced to use self-heal. We do still have 3 survivors up on the field, but of course they are still at 3 ciphers remaining, and that is not a situation that Invictus wants to be in. Professor, of course, almost done with that cipher, but is going to be recorded off of it. So Wildling is going to go down as well. Things are looking very, very good here for Luo in this first round. Toy Merchant still hard at work at a cipher, but is at half health. Professor has to come in for this rescue, but Luo also knows exactly where he is. He does still have that scale to work with and a flywheel as well, so we will definitely be seeing that coming into play here. In order to just pressure this rescue as much as possible. Toy Merchant Cypher is going to be locked off, though. We're going to preemptively flywheel, as well as preemptively just use the scale. Not quite here on the timing. But yeah, with that scale and that flywheel exhausted, Luo can just take a free hit on the... Oh, we're going to blink in a beautiful cancellation of that Wildling boar. Wildling is just going to go straight down again. No tide turner to keep him safe. And I actually didn't catch if that rescue was before half or not. It was, in fact, before half. Of course, both remaining members of the team are at half health. Professor has about 20 more seconds to a scale, could definitely come in for that, but is going to have to work on that timing. Toy Merchant as well is going to get recorded off of the cipher, and we're just going to commit entirely to the Professor here. There really isn't much to worry about. Toy Merchant is entirely across the map, and before the scale is back up, we're going to get a beautiful hit through the pallet there. Professor is going to go straight down, and we're just going to leave him there because we want to go for a 4-man elimination here. Get as many points on the board as possible for Tel'annas. So Toy Merchant is going to be kind of spotted out here. Beautiful prediction by Luo. Just finding that Toy Merchant as soon as possible is going to get Tinnitus and run directly into that Toy Merchant, who is going to go down. Professor was primed, of course, so is going to pop right back up. But unfortunately, Toy Merchant has already used self-heal. So if Professor's able to hide this out, we could be looking at maybe a 1-man escape. Unfortunately, Luo has already shown, you know, proficiency in being able to know where survivors are. There's only so long that Professor can hide on top of this factory. We're going to kind of try and use the camera trick here, but we are going to catch sight a little bit of the Professor's blood trail, and that is just enough to be able to know where the Professor has gone. So there's definitely a lot of containment that can happen here. With the Professor does have a scale to use, but of course the Toy Merchant is still going to be on the floor for at least another few minutes, so that is a lot of time that needs to be contained here. We do have teleport on the clerk, so no blink to be utilized here, which can definitely cut the kite down by some time. We're going to delay the Professor here with a beautiful vaulting recording. Unfortunately, Clerk wasn't quite close enough to make that really count, but it does force the Professor out of the factory here. We're going to are we going to get a recording here? Yes, we are going to get a recording and be able to record that pallet drop. And dropping the pallet right in front of the professor, but of course we're a little bit afraid of that scale, but we are going to be able to bait it out there as well. Beautiful mind games by Luo. Missing that heavy hit though, the kind of spools in this area are getting in the way. But mind gaming around that pallet, professor is going to go down here. This is going to be, well, we'll see. This is a 4-man elimination for Luo. The survivors haven't quite surrendered yet. It does look like Toy Merchant is trying to find that dungeon. Unfortunately, from our point of view, we can see that the dungeon is basically entirely on the other side of the map. So that is likely not going to be possible for our Toy Merchant, who is heading in the complete opposite direction. Luo obviously as well knows exactly where that dungeon is, knows that Toy Merchant is not in the area, and really the only thing that he has to do is just camp over this until either the Toy Merchant bleeds out or Invictus decides to surrender. But this is a 4-man elimination here. I don't think there's any situation where the Toy Merchant can make it to the dungeon before bleeding out. It really is just a matter of time. So how are we doing today? I actually in my own news, before this I decided to play a match to warm up, and I decided to try out Fool's Gold. And Fool's Gold is, I feel like in terms of Fool's Gold, his okay, there we go. That is going to be the surrender. Toy Merchant, I suppose, figured out that the dungeon was not where she was looking for. And yeah, that is going to be a very clean 4-man elimination for Tel'annas in this first round. Very well played, though, by Invictus as well. Just some miscalculations there, unfortunately, with the timing of some of those skills. You know, playing Wildling as a harasser as well, it's so crucial to be aware of when the hunter is going to pick up the survivor. And just missing that timing on that Wildling, so crucial there. But also, I would say that Luo probably had the persona trait that I can't quite remember the name of, but the persona trait that allows you to pick up a survivor faster. It increases the speed of the ballooning animation, which can also throw a wrench in the Wildling strategy. But yeah, just a little bit too late. But yeah, very, very well played here, and also just such mastery of the clerk there from Luo. And not being afraid as well. You know, that professor being in the area could have been very, very valuable for the team, as well as with the support potential, as well as just the scales in general. It can be very, very just intimidating for a hunter, and we did see a little bit of that intimidation factor coming in the end game, but overall just not afraid of that professor, not afraid of the stun that comes from the scales, and it is like a long stun. I think it's like 3 or 4 seconds long at least. But yeah, we are going to head into the second half of the first round here, still on Leo's memory. We're going to see Invictus's hunter hopefully be able to regain some of those points. Right now we have 5 points on the board for Tel'annas and no points on the board for Invictus. So definitely a very strong showing for this first round. DX is going to need to bring out a 4-man elimination in order to just tie up the points here. Otherwise, we will be giving the lead to Tel'annas. So, no pressure, obviously. But yeah, I guess in the meantime, while we wait for the band picks to come through, I'll finish my previous sentence. Fool's Gold, I feel like he's not as powerful or as overpowered, I would say, as I would have thought. His camp and his cipher pressure, I feel like there's a lot of potential in that, but his chase is just, well, it's there. I don't know, I only played him once. I realized that I had enough time, and I was like, oh, I may as well, I guess. But, you know, He's not as I feel like a lot of the initial, like, "Oh my god, he's impossible to counter," was kind of the reaction that we do tend to get from new hunters. Obviously, Opera Singer exempt to this because she is OP. Um, but yeah, that's just kind of my failed filler. But we are going to get our first two survivor bans in now. We're going to ban the priestess and the dancer. So a little bit of a more, I would say, traditional strategy here, not wanting to even allow the chance for that priestess, even if she would be banned in later rounds. DX does need a 4-man elimination here. Even the concept of allowing a priestess on this map would not be one that Invictus wants to deal with. So we're going to ban the priestess right away, as well as the dancer. Dancer can be very, very valuable for teammate support, especially on a map where there are a lot of tight kiting areas, as well as the factory in general. The factory itself is just such a strong area for both the priestess and the dancer. So getting those off the table right away is, it's normal. It's normal. It's something that DX doesn't want to deal with. It's something that Invictus really does not want to stand in their way to just be able to tie this up. But our first two picks here from Tel'annas are going to be the Magician and the Coordinator. So this is something that we've seen a lot lately when it comes to looking at an opera singer. So there's definitely that possibility of an opera singer coming this first round. She's not bad on Leo's memory, but it really does take a lot of control with that opera singer in order to utilize her on a map that is this big. Again, she is very, very powerful, but a lot of her power extends in that chase. She does have the potential for map control, but on a big map, it's a lot harder to utilize. It's a little bit not like Dream Witch, but it has Dream Witch elements to it, I would say, with her potential to camp ciphers and be able to kind of swap between her shadows. Obviously not as strong or reliable as Dream Witch, but there are elements of her in the Opera Singer strategy when it comes to map control. But yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see if DX does come out with the Opera Singer. Opera Singer is, again, a very, very powerful hunter, but we may want to go with something that's a little bit safer just to try and secure that 4-man elimination and not take... Because I would say the Opera Singer is a bit of a risk on a map like Leo's Memory. There's a lot of areas for her to not really be able to catch up. There's a lot of areas that are kind of built to allow the survivors to transition out of them. As long as you don't try to loop her around the factory, then it's basically, you can just run away from her. More or less. I mean, obviously she can't catch up. She is a dash hunter, but in terms of her power, her relative power on this map, she can struggle. But we are going to see our third ban come in here. Toy Merchant is going to be banned. Understandably so. Again, we have already talked about the power of the Toy Merchant on Leo's Memory. Any map with levels is basically a Toy Merchant's home, and there's a lot of opportunities for teammate support, kite extension, as well as bringing items to both of those survivors. If there was a Toy Merchant on the team, then the Coordinator would not have to worry so much about being left without any support after using that gun. As well as the Magician using all of those decoys in a kite and then being left without an item. But we are going to not have the Toy Merchant on the team. We will be seeing the first officer as our third pick for Tel'annas' survivors. So definitely wanting that stable rescuer in there. And again, Mercenary not as reliable if we are looking at an Opera Singer. So kind of reserving that Mercenary, not bringing him out just yet, and considering the first officer a more reliable rescuer in this circumstance. It's definitely interesting to have seen, because I feel like he's still viable even with the nerf. We saw a lot of him in yesterday's matches. He's still picked. The problem is, of course, the Opera Singer, as well as, I would say maybe something like Nightwatch. Nightwatch has kind of fallen off of the meta after his nerf, which was much more impactful, I would say, than the Mercenary and the Seer nerfs. Because the Nightwatch nerf, I feel like, did kind of go overlooked in some cases. but the dash was essentially cut in half. The wind, the tempest are slightly shorter now, but the Night Watch dash is basically gone. So we've been seeing less and less of Night Watch after basically dominating tournaments in the spring and the summer. So it's been interesting to see. But we are going to see the patient band here, not wanting to have kind of the kite potential. The distance breaking can be so valuable, as well as the potential of kiting around that factory. Factory is just kind of the strongest area on Leo's memory, but the walls as well do give a lot of opportunities for a patient to maneuver. So banning out that patient, just wanting to keep the survivors as close as possible. We could definitely be looking at an opera singer pick, but we are going to have our final survivor pick in, and is going to be that explorer. I did discuss the explorer last round, or at the beginning of this round. Explorer can be very strong on Leo's memory, just because it's difficult to find him. There are so many things for him to hide behind, just obstructions on the map that make it difficult for the hunter to find out that explorer, and the cipher rush potential from an explorer, again, not as strong in the early stages of the match, but can definitely just sneak up on you with those pages. And can be a very strong addition to basically any survivor team. But I'm definitely interested to see this explorer coming out here. It's not something you see every day, especially on NAU. You don't see a lot of explorers, so I'm very excited to see how Tel'annas is able to utilize him. I feel like it is a very strong pick here, and especially on a map that is very strong for the explorer in general. But yeah, we're just going to wait on the persona webs here. I would say they could go with a... It's interesting because they technically do have two stable rescuers with the coordinator and the first officer, but coordinator can definitely go with a broken windows build. I would say probably not flywheel. Broken windows can be a lot more valuable, especially in the interest of looping that factory, or at least utilizing the factory. There's a lot more windows there. So we can be looking at the coordinator not carrying Tide. First officer obviously will have Tide, but we could see a double Tide situation with that explorer. A lot of explorers have carried Tide Turner, sort of for the same reason you would carry Tide Turner on a mechanic, which is that he can kind of come in as this backdoor rescuer, staying out of the way of the hunter for long enough in order to not be damaged in the later stages of the match, and then coming in with that Tide Turner late game, and sneaking up in that small form. So I would definitely be interested to see if we end up carrying Tide Turner. Obviously, Explorer can have a kiting build as well, but it is rare for an Explorer, or rarer, I guess, for an Explorer to have that first chase. Okay, yeah, we are going to get the persona webs in here. Okay, oh, interestingly enough, we're actually going to be looking at a no borrowed time explorer, but instead of Tide Turner, we will be carrying broken windows and flywheel, really expecting that explorer to be taking a kite, or at least not be in the way of the hunter, for that final chase. So Magician will have broken windows, Coordinator will also have broken windows, and the first officer obviously will be carrying Tide Turner, and we will be looking at a second clerk pick, I believe. So the second in a row, I would say, from that clerk. But again, different clerk, same map though, but we have just seen the utility of the clerk on this map. Not something to be taken lightly, a very powerful hunter, who really does render a lot of those kiting areas useless with well-placed recordings. So I'm definitely interested to see another clerk, and it feels like kind of a throwback. You know, we see less and less clerk lately just because she's not as easy to pick up, but with these hunters who have kind of mastered the art of her, and her map control and the intricacies of her kit, and she's such a fun hunter to watch as well. So I am very interested to see what DX is able to do here, as well as how these survivors are able to try and counter that. But Yeah, it would definitely be interesting to see two, because the clerk does have 4K potential. Even if the early game isn't as strong, um, and allowing a final cipher pop there, it's difficult to allow a final or to get to that final cipher against a clerk. And it's also difficult to open exit gates against the clerk. She does have the capability of pressuring both exit gates at once. There's a lot of map pressure that can really be utilized with the clerk map and cipher pressure. If it comes down to that, again, we didn't see, well, we saw bits and pieces of it in the previous match. It wasn't really necessary. It was just how the match went. But in the event that we do get more ciphers popped than last match, there is a lot of opportunity to continue to bring that back for the clerk. So I'm definitely really excited to see if we end up getting to that point. And even if we don't end up getting to that point, she is still such a powerful hunter, and one that I believe we've only seen a handful of times lately. It has kind of been opera singer, opera singer, opera singer, in the tournament scene overall. So it's very fun to see a difference in that. But we are going to head straight into it here. Yeah, I am taking a drink of water so that I am not going to die. But yeah, once again, thank you guys for showing up. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah, I do hope that I won't be commentating 5 rounds of Rumble, but you know, if it does come down to that, then it comes down to that. But it is very nice to see some familiar faces in the chat, new faces, all of the faces that have shown up to cheer for Invictus in particular. I do hope to see some Tel'annas support as well. But you know, it's always fun to see when people are cheering for their teams. And you know, NAU is such a close server, like a small server, that you do get kind of that more personal experience of being able to cheer for people you know. So it is very nice to see everybody showing up, everybody showing out. And thank you for praying with me as well. We are going to get into our spawn picks now. We're going to have Coordinator spawning in the factory, Explorer spawning in the middle here, able to rotate away and also not really afraid of taking that first kite. Again, does have flywheel and broken windows to work with. So if in the event that the Explorer takes the first chase here, that it isn't the worst option. You know, won't be able to utilize those pages. But additionally is just able to shrink down right away. And we are going to see that immediately shrinking down, probably immediately going to try and find a hiding spot. Of course, we are going to see DX approaching very quickly, and it does look like he has spotted out that Explorer. So we are going to see that Explorer on the first chase, immediately going to see those recordings come out, missing that pallet stun opportunity. Unfortunately, you can't throw pallet stun when you're small. And I would say maybe that emote is an acknowledgement of that fact. But yeah, very unfortunate there from our Explorer, who is immediately going to go down. That is very, very unfortunate here for Tel'annas. I don't even want to know how long that kite was. But it was not very long at all. The first officer is only 23% of the way through the cipher, and that cipher is right here. Magician is 35% of the way through. That is an extraordinarily early down there. Very unfortunate miscalculation here from Tel'annas. First officer is going to take a hit. Beautiful prediction there from DX. With that pocket watch in play, we are going to still be able to keep track of that Explorer. It's a bit weird to see a first officer carrying a book. So that does kind of snuff out the Explorer, and we are going to get a hit in there with a very unfortunately timed flywheel. So yeah, Tide Turner obviously does buy some time. And yeah, Explorer is going to be seeing a second chair at 5 ciphers remaining. Coordinator is at 61% of that cipher. Magician is nearly finished. So we will be looking at a 1 cipher remaining situation. Or 1 cipher pop situation, my bad. But yeah, Coordinator is in the area to give a little bit of tinnitus, I would say, but I don't think they are in the interest of rescuing that Explorer here. They do only need a solo escape in order to in order to win this round. So if Tel'annas is able to secure that solo escape, that is definitely something that they should be in the interest of. We are going to allow the Explorer to take off here. Coordinator is immediately going to be spotted out, though. Does still have that gun to utilize, but we have brought excitement here. So that is definitely going to be something that obviously Tel'annas is not aware of. It's not as if Blink was really needed to be utilized during that first kite. But we won't be using Blink here. We will just be using or obviously we won't be even trying to bait Blink here. That gun is going to go off and that excitement will be activated. So Coordinator will take a hit. First Officer was able to be healed up, though, so can definitely come in for a second rescue, of course, without the use of that Tide Turner. We're trying to get another recording in here. There it is. Coordinator really can't make use of these pallets. This loop is not going to last for very long. Needs to get out of the way of the pallet. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to get out of the pallet in time and is just going to go straight down here. We're at 4 ciphers remaining. That is not going to be enough to allow a dungeon escape. I do believe there's a cipher that's that's almost done here, that they can complete in order to secure at least the dungeon appearing on the map. But of course, Coordinator is going to go down in the basement. And we are going to recording a hit there that is not a chair hit. That is a recording of the hit in order to more effectively camp camp the chair. And yeah, it's we haven't quite seen anybody in yet, but we do have tinnitus, I would say, from the Magician possibly in the area. Yeah, Magician is in the area, just hiding right outside that factory. I can see that on my screen. You guys can't see it on yours. But we're actually... Okay, yeah. The Coordinator is just going to marinate on the chair as long as possible. We have gotten down to 3 ciphers remaining. So that is very good for Tel'annas here. Again, they only need that solo escape. A beautiful decoy there, allowing the Magician to get at least part of the way into the basement. Of course, we are going to take a basic hit here, and we do not have Tide Turner to work with. Coordinator is going to go straight down. Unfortunately, Magician is going to activate a decoy just to try and get out of the basement. Of course, it is not going to last for very long. We are going to see a double down situation here. Really not much that Tel'annas could do in this case, with a basement rescue with no Tide Turners available. But we are going to actually see the first officer in the area healing that Magician up. Is going to exit the area now, with the clerk returning from the basement. But we, of course, have caught sight of the first officer's blood trail. This is looking like another 4-man elimination here. We're going to activate the attack recording. Unfortunately, it's not going to hit. And that pocket watch is going to be activated, as well as the Magician is going to get right back up again. Does have the potential to go through boxes and get possibly a syringe, but we are going to see a DX get a little bit tripped up with that pocket watch. Fortunately for DX, that is, the first officer was out of range for one of those pocket watch shakes. The illusion image overlapped with his main body, and DX was able to catch up in that way. So we are going to get another recording here, but of course the heavy hit is going to come through, and we will be seeing the first officer go down. We're going to make a switch to teleport immediately, finding the blood trail of the Magician. And yeah, this is definitely looking like a 4-man elimination at this point. Dungeon is nowhere near where the survivors are kiting towards or have died at. And yeah, but very, very well done here by DX to kind of bring this back for Invictus. Again, needed a 4-man elimination here. Tel'annas only needed a 1-man escape. At this point, again, it's not over. We could possibly be seeing a beautiful decoy there, but unfortunately that is going to be a terror shock with just the edge of the clerk's hitbox. Magician is going to go down. Unfortunately, does not have self-heal. In order to kind of extend this match for further, we are going to see the first officer self-heal there. Not getting picked up by that security camera, I guess, is what we could call it. But heading in the opposite direction here, not quite finding out the first officer, but first officer did touch that cipher. And I think DX may have caught sight of it just a little bit. We're going to see the first officer heading out of the heading out of the factory here, it does look like DX has caught sight of where he might be. There we are. Yep, we have run directly into that first officer. Dungeon is here. Unfortunately, Magician still has plenty of time to bleed out. First officer is going to go down, and they are going to surrender immediately, not wasting any time on that. That is a 4-man elimination here, and we are tied in the first round, which was expected. Definitely something that is not surprising here. I do want to look at the stats here. Yeah, we had Explorer on 31 seconds of containment. That is just really, really unfortunate there. I feel like possibly for the Explorer, we may... If Explorer hadn't shrunken right away, or at least de-shrunk, or... There's not a word for this, is there? Become large again. In time for that pallet stun, maybe things could have been a little bit different. Unfortunately, it didn't quite go that way for Tel'annas' survivors. And yeah, we are seeing kind of that S badge in action here from DX. Definitely deserved, I would say. But we are looking at a 5-5 tie here in the first round. So I do believe that does mean we will be going to a round 4. If I'm not mistaken, this is a best of 5, which means that the winning team will need to win 3 rounds, if not the points adding up in the final round. It's like a longer best of 3. Or an extended best of 3, but I do believe that the time in this first round does guarantee a round 4, so we will be here for quite some time. Either way, though, heading into round 2 here, that does make it does mean that the points are equal between Tel'annas and Invictus, and apart from the additional bans here, there is there's basically a blank slate for each team. They have equal points, equal opportunity to bring it back around, and yeah, it's a clean slate, you know. First round essentially didn't happen. Let's just go with that. It didn't happen. The points are even here, but we are going to get our map bans and picks started for this second round. Tel'annas is going to have the opportunity to ban the map this time, and we will be seeing the hospital banned. So yeah, both teams not wanting to see that Sacred Heart Hospital, which does make sense considering how strong their hunters are. They really do not want to kind of inhibit them in any way, shape, or form. And Sacred Heart Hospital is definitely quite the inhibition when it comes to allowing those survivors to just run around in those kiting areas. And I do believe that is a sign of me finally getting a co-commentator. Hello, DTM.
Hey, what's up, Bones? Sorry for being late.
No, you're fine.
I was just catching up on the action, and it seems we had a really exciting first round there. 2 4-mans. What do you think about those matches, man?
Yeah, they were very, very impressive to watch, and just showcasing kind of the power that we have in both of these teams. We're going to get our pick in from Invictus now, and it is going to be Lakeside Village.
Lakeside Village is a pretty interesting map. It's not like the most hunter-sided map. There are some hunters that can work on it. Interestingly enough, we haven't seen the Opera Singer out of either of these teams. Opera Singer kind of works on like every map, so maybe we've got like an Opera that's really comfortable on Lakeside from Invictus. I'm not sure. Maybe they've just prepared some really strong support for Lakeside, but either way, I think we can expect to see some strong play on this map if they decided to pick it.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see what they have kind of in store with that opera singer, because yeah, we haven't seen her. It's something that we would kind of expect to see already. But I feel like the map bans and picks are kind of trying to avoid that opera singer. With Lakeside, she can work, but she's not as strong on it, I would say. She can definitely still be utilized, especially around that the big boat areas, locking off the areas to loop. But I feel like we are just trying to avoid the opera singer as much as possible here.
Yeah, definitely. It might be a little harder. There are some pretty strong loops, but with a good enough opera singer, it just doesn't matter. Opera singer, even after the nerf, I haven't seen too much gameplay with her after the nerf. But I've heard that, and I've played her a little bit, and it doesn't seem to have had a massive effect. So if she's anything how she was before, then she's just gonna be overwhelming on basically every map. Um, yeah, I mean, her abilities just play around loops so well, it play around distance so well. It's like, honestly, on any map, you see, in fact, I was watching IVL, like last night at like, 12 in the, like midnight. I don't know why I was doing that. But like, I mean, these teams are running like 3 or 4 suicide builds in a match in round one just to counter Opera Singer. She's like, her chase is that strong that teams just start running tons of suicide builds. It's honestly incredible what she's done to the meta. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
it's
maybe
crazy.
on Lakeside they'll be able to counter her.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see. I feel like bringing up IVL here and as well as IJL, they've been picking these larger maps to try and counter the opera singer. A lot of IJL has been picking Moonlit actually as as an opera singer counter, but yeah, there's been a lot of just those no borrowed time builds, just trying to counter the opera singer in any way that they can. But it's been interesting. I feel like IVL and IJL are kind of like this opera singer testing ground in the first rounds, just trying to see what works, trying to see what doesn't work. And with like the gardener and the lawyer coming into the meta, it's just been kind of this like overhaul of how the survivors try to counter just one hunter.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely interesting. I have never seen a Merc with broken windows in a Chinese game, but I saw that yesterday, and it was kind
That
of
was in
shocking.
IVL
Like,
last night.
yeah, dude, there
Oh
was a
my
round one
god,
Merc with broken windows. I kind of freaked out when I saw it. I could not believe it, but that's what they're doing,
that's
man.
crazy.
Yeah, because Merc actually can't kite her, man. Like that's like the
Yeah,
only hunter that like actually cannot kite. Like it's actually crazy. So I mean, Opera Singer, just obviously the most overwhelming hunter we've seen in the meta so far. So pretty surprising to not see her at all in the first round. Of course, we did see two very skilled clerk players. I kind of skimmed through the replays, and those were two very skilled clerks. Um, kind of like just able to leverage her chase and her map pressure to just force a 4-man. Clerk is kind of like a hunter that is kind of weak in the meta lately because of how weak she is to support. But I mean, a strong enough Clerk can definitely succeed. And I think we saw that in the first round, so we can probably expect to see some Clerk bans from these teams.
yeah. I feel like the opera singer meta as well. It really brings out this like pressure. It's like, do you ban the opera singer or do you ban the clerk? Do you allow the clerk back out in fear of that opera singer? Or do you just allow the opera singer out, deal with the opera singer, um, and then you know you stay safe from the clerk, you end up with the opera singer. You stay safe from the opera singer, you end up with the clerk, or literally any other hunter. It puts pressure on the survivors um, to think about their bans, to think about their picks, to try and counter just in any way that they can um, who that hunter will be. And especially I feel like going back to like what her nerf has been, I feel like her nerf really hasn't changed her utility. I think it slowed her down when she's in her like shadow form, but that's it. Like it didn't change her cooldowns, and that's really the reason why she's meta right now. She has basically no cooldowns on any of her skills.
Yeah. She's like a little slower. I think they like made the Shadow Dance ability take a little longer. And
Hmm.
like her speed, I think her speed boost lasts like a half a second less. It was like from 3 seconds to 2.5, but like her dashes are still so strong that like you honestly like barely even need like 3 seconds of speed boost if you're dashing like every half second, and if you're making a lot of distance with each dash, like she still closes distance like it's nothing. She can still use her
Hmm.
shadow dance to make pallets and loops completely worthless. Honestly, it almost just boils down to like, kind of luck to hope that you can mind game her or to hope that you can flywheel her to buy enough time to stall out another Shadow Dance. If you can play around her abilities just a little better. But I think, like you were saying, one of the interesting things is that I don't know if either of these teams have prepared to run like suicide builds to counter Opera Singer, but in this tournament you have to lock in your builds before the hunter locks a hunter, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
like if these teams want to like run suicide builds, they have to ban Clerk, and then they have to hope that the hunter picks Opera Singer, which they might not. DX might not go Opera Singer. The Tel'annas hunter might not go Opera Singer either. So that's also kind of interesting to see what kind of builds they go.
yeah. Looks like we're getting our bans and picks coming in for the second round here. We're going to ban out the Seer and the Priestess right away, and Invictus is going to lock in Mercenary and the Acrobat. So we are seeing that Mercenary come out here, which I feel like does mean that they're not anticipating the Opera Singer.
Yeah, Merc is pretty interesting. I mean, he's still like strong, so it's like they might be picking him even considering an opera singer. But like Merc, even after his nerf too, still a very strong hunter. I think Priestess and Seer are very strong bans, of course, from Luo. And yeah, Acrobat is a very strong kiter, very self-sufficient. I think he works against like most hunters in the game, including Opera Singer. Still annoying to chase. So I think these are some strong bans.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to ban out that Clerk, so we could definitely be seeing the Opera Singer come out here. But Luo also has a Bloody Queen, which is a hunter that can definitely be utilized on Lakeside, so we might be expecting something more along those lines in terms of how Invictus is going to try and counter comp here. But yeah, with the Acrobat, there's definitely a lot of places to utilize him on this map, or really on any map. He's kind of just one of the most versatile survivors, which so it'll be interesting to see, because that Mercenary and the Acrobat won't be able to be picked in any of the later rounds. They're the first two picks here from Invictus. So we won't be seeing that Merc again here.
Yeah, I think the reason they're doing that is because like you have FO and you have even Wildling, which did they pick Wildling first?
Yeah, they picked Wildling first last round, so we won't
Yeah.
be seeing that Wildling either.
Alright, I take that back, but they still have FO, who is potentially stronger than Merc, especially when it comes to kiting Opera Singer. So, picking Merc first is definitely like kind of high risk. You are limiting your options going forward, but he's also a very strong character, and you do want to lock him in for the second round. It looks like the next ban is going to come in, and it's going to be Antiquarian. I think Antiquarian is pretty strong for both Opera Singer and BQ. We'll have to see what kind of supports that they want to go for here.
Yeah, they could definitely bring out. I do know that Invictus has a prospector who I actually don't know who is playing today, but they do enjoy their harassers, so we could definitely see a lot. We could see the prospector. We could also see a thief. They have picked thief before, which would definitely be interesting to see. If we're looking at a Bloody Queen or an opera singer.
Yeah, Prospector and Thief are still two like really strong supports, definitely. Thief is more situational per se. I don't think he matches up well against Opera Singer on account of the fact that she just jumps him. Against BQ though, if he can stall out her mirror, he can really buy a lot of time for a rebound. If BQ can't use her mirror, obviously she's gonna have a hard time like re-downing whoever she chaired. Looks like it's gonna be a lawyer though. We get to see some lawyer gameplay now.
Yeah, lawyer definitely not something that I would have expected to be rising in the meta, but with that speed boost ability of his, it's not surprising here that they're coming out with the lawyer. Fast decoding, basically unchaseable. It's a very, very strong pick here. And yeah, something with that Cypher Rush capability as well. Um, I feel like it's gonna be very important for them to kind of protect that lawyer as well.
Yeah, I really didn't expect lawyer to be as meta as he did. I read the buffs and I was like, oh, that's not going to do anything, and I was wrong. So lawyer lately has been very strong. He assists with rotation. He's very fast. He vaults fast. He runs fast, and of course he can decode. He's actually turned into kind of a jack of all trades, except he's good at everything. So, yeah,
Jack of all
lawyer
trades,
very
master of
strong.
all.
Yeah, it's incredible. Luo is gonna ban Explorer. We've also been seeing a lot more Explorer. Explorer, you know, with his hiding, that's another way, for instance, that you could say counter an opera singer. If you can't kite her, you may as well try hiding. And his Cypher Roach is also pretty strong, so I think that's a pretty strong ban from Luo.
Yeah, it's also with the size of Lakeside as a map, having that Explorer off the field really can kind of make sure that you're able to find all the survivors, but also with that Lawyer, I feel like they do still have a lot of capability for Cypher Rush here and a lot of capability for rotation as well. Knowing where the Hunter is at all times can be so valuable, especially with a team that's communicating. But we are going to lock in that coordinator. I did kind of touch on this in the previous match. Having that coordinator on a team can secure either a longer kite or a guaranteed rescue here. We do have the mercenary, so coordinator likely won't be carrying Tide Turner. But there's also a lot of versatility that we can get with those persona webs from the coordinator. A lot of coordinators do run those no borrowed time builds, kind of expecting to take that first chase, knowing that she's likely not going to survive to the Cypher Pop if she's chased, and taking full advantage of the flywheel and the broken windows. So I'd definitely be interested to see if that coordinator will be carrying something like that.
Yeah, that would definitely be interesting. Cord, you know, she does have a pretty abusable chase. Like, she only has one gun, and it's really high payoff if it hits. But like, we've seen Cords at every level shoot walls. You know, it can happen. It can always happen. So Cords do like to, you know, insulate themselves with some broken windows, some flywheel, or both. So it's definitely a strong option. I do like that they've only picked Cord as a harasser. So if this hunter wants to go Excitement, Excitement's only gonna be doing anything against Cord. So it's like kind of an option that you have to like decide as a hunter. Like if you lock Excitement here and then you chase anyone else, you're basically gonna be playing without trade for the first chase. That can be pretty difficult. So it's gonna be an interesting mind game to see if the hunter does bring Excitement.
Yeah, we did actually see DX bring Excitement in the previous match for that coordinator from Tel'annas, so it's kind of flipped on its head here. We'll see if Luo does decide to bring that Excitement, but yeah, that pressure can be so valuable just to kind of mind game the hunter before the match even starts, with what trait to bring, with the potential of immediately bringing a counter, but also needing to take that first chase. But we are actually going to see with the persona webs, that coordinator will not be carrying borrowed time, will be carrying broken windows and flywheel. Lawyer will be carrying broken windows as well. Mercenary with Tide, obviously, and who's Gray?
Gray.
Acrobat.
Gray's the acrobat, yeah.
Acrobat's going to be carrying broken windows.
I don't know why she just put Gray there, but yeah. Yeah, I really like the suicide build on Cord. I definitely think like that kind of high risk, high reward strategy is kind of what you have to take here, right? Especially after the survivors kind of you know, took a rough match last round. You know, you have to come out swinging. You can't play safe. So if this Cord gets chased, she's gonna have every tool that she needs to kite. And I think that's gonna be in their best interest, so she can hopefully even kite like an Opera or a BQ, like both of whom have really strong chases. So, oh shit, I gotta get online.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to be seeing that opera singer come out here. So definitely not going to be the easiest match for an opera singer. We do have, again, a lot of power in that coordinator. Lawyer as well. Able to just basically cross the map as soon as you get a hit in on him. I am definitely interested to see how this mercenary fares. We didn't actually see any. I don't think we saw any opera singers yesterday, at least in the first matchup. I don't actually remember if we saw any in the second. But we haven't really seen in the in this tournament so far. How the mercenary post nerf has stood up against the opera singer. So I'm definitely interested to see how Invictus is kind of able to work around that and how Luo is able to counter that mercenary being on the field here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, after his nerf, like we've seen opera singers chase mercenary with his like unnerfed Iron Will. So I think after nerf, it's definitely going to be an option for Opera to chase Merc, especially if she doesn't want to deal with like little boat or big boat, you know? Usually Merc just gets plopped in the middle, because I mean he's a merc, he's the strongest kiter in the game technically, but I mean, an opera singer can definitely turn that on its head. So if this opera decides to chase a merc in middle, and she gets some free hits, you know, the merc's not gonna he's gonna be dropping after only what, like 8 seconds instead of 30 or 16.
Yeah, it was cut in half, so like 16 total.
Mhm.
But yeah, basically just 8 seconds per hit.
Yeah, I mean that's not a lot of time. That's not a lot of room for error. So this merc might have a difficult time if he gets chased. It'll be interesting to see who opera singer decides to go for.
I do wonder if Invictus is going to kind of preemptively try to counter that, put the Merc in a stronger area, and maybe even put something like the Coordinator in the center. She does have the gun, she does have that kiting build as well. I'm definitely interested to see, in the event that Luo does bring excitement, if the Coordinator could possibly use that flywheel to get out of the way of the immediate hit. But again, that does also bank on Luo bringing excitement here.
Yeah, definitely. With a flywheel, you know, you have the option to play around the excitement if it comes up. I mean, you can always, you know, go for a shot like near a pallet or something so you can flywheel to it if there is an excitement. I think that definitely gives a lot of room for counterplay. And I think, yeah, putting Cord in middle might be worth it because you really want her to get chased here. You do not want your tied Merc to get chased and get down quickly. That would be a disaster. So maybe
hmm
putting Merc actually near Little Boat or something and putting Cord in middle would be worth it.
Yeah, it would definitely be okay. We're gonna actually see that how this comes up right now. It looks like we're actually are going to have the mercenary in the center here, but coordinator is shaping up to be that first chase. We're going to have opera singer spawning right at the small boat, uh, basically directly in line with that coordinator. So we could definitely be seeing that coordinator on first chase. We could also see maybe go. Yeah, I feel like the coordinator is just gonna stand in the way of the mercenary.
Yeah, definitely. I think Cord is going to be really staring at Opera. Most likely, Cord is going to be getting chased here, especially if the opera singer does have excitement. If she doesn't, she might still try to find Merc, but we'll have to see. Getting into the match now, Merc, or opera singer is rotating directly towards middle. We'll see if she finds opera singer's blood trails.
Yeah, it does actually look like Luo's carrying teleport here, so isn't going to have that excitement to work with. I would say possibly trying to teleport towards a more ideal target if she ends up finding that coordinator. But it looks like we are kind of rotating around here. We might be able to catch sight of the mercenary, but haven't quite gotten there yet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what Luo's doing right now. He should know that no one's around here. Right now they're kind of wasting a lot of time looking for a chase. Teleport's also pretty interesting. We see Abnormal and Blink and even Excitement pretty often on Opera Singer. Not usually teleport, but we are gonna see a teleport to the cord. Now we'll have to see if the suicide cord pays off.
Yeah, definitely kind of unfortunate they're teleporting right to that coordinator who was really looking for that first chase. And ended up getting it in the end, but we could definitely see... Oh, and a missed flywheel here! We do have the opportunity to use the gun, again, with no excitement here, but coordinator does have to be careful. There's the gun. He's definitely going to buy a lot of time, but this is an opera singer, and she can just make up that distance right away. So beautiful work there from Luo, kind of recovering here.
Yeah, that was a really great gun. It's good that Cord got the shot off without getting blocked, and that is gonna buy a little time, but unfortunately, messes up the dash. Still gets hit by the charge attack though, barely getting hit there. And as we can see, the ciphers right now are around 50 across the board. I think the survivors are gonna have to play this pretty conservatively and go for a draw. If they play this too aggressively, they're gonna get four-manned.
Yeah, that's kind of the give and take of having an opera singer in the match. You really do have to be careful. We're going to see Mercenary coming in the area here, looking to use that elbow pad, it looks like, to get closer to the chair. Beautifully done there, kind of baiting out that pallet, forcing out the heavy hit there, just to waste a little bit more time. Is going to take a hit on the way to the chair, though, but is going to be a before-half rescue with side turner, so a lot of time wasted here, even with the hit taken right off the chair.
Yeah, I think from here, rescuing that before half is fine, but I think they're gonna have to sell the second chair, which is fine. They can just, yeah, they're gonna have Cord run into basement and die here, and then they're gonna have someone feed Tinnitus and keep the opera singer pinned to the basement. This is a really smart play because Cord's died so far away from all the other ciphers. Unfortunately, Opera does have teleport, so she can just teleport after Cord dies. but or she can just teleport immediately. She's gonna teleport immediately to the Merc, and it looks like he's gonna be trying to rescue this, but he's not gonna be able to make it. And wow, now their momentum is completely shifted. No one's gonna be able to rescue the Cord, and she can just immediately chair Merc. This is a really big swing in favor of the Opera Singer.
Yeah, having that wanted order on the Mercenary was definitely just very lucky there. And again, I guess we're just seeing right there, the Mercenary nerf versus the Opera Singer. He really can't do anything. That delayed damage is just not there at all. Mercenary going to go immediately down here. He does still have an elbow pad left to utilize if he's rescued off chair, but with 2 ciphers remaining here, there's a lot of ground for Invictus to be able to, or to try and make up. If they want to get even a draw here.
Yeah, the good news is their Cypher Rush is pretty solid. They have 1 Cypher left. Unfortunately, no one's heading to this chair. It looks like they popped that Cypher at the expense of actually pushing for a rescue. They might just be going for a 1-man at this point. They potentially have Cyphers to get a 1-man if they do end up selling this Mercenary, which isn't ideal. Oh, it looks like Lawyer's gonna try to make it from the back, but Opera Singer sees him and cuts him off. And now it's gonna be pretty difficult for him to make this rescue.
Yeah, with that Veterans boost, he might actually be able to make it to the chair just in time, though. Yep, there is the speed boost. Lawyer, but actually going to get hit right at the last second. It's not going to register as a Terror Shock because, again, this is a Lawyer, but that, literally, I think that was like 1 frame away from completing that rescue. Unfortunately, it's just not going to go through. They were able to get that last Cypher popped, but yeah, we're just going to drop the Lawyer here and push for that 4-man elimination.
Yeah, that's Opera Singer for you. As you can see, after nerf, she is still fast. Yup. So that was rough. Yeah, it was gonna be close, but that was a really last-second swing to stuff the Lawyer. Unfortunate, but yeah, that's just Opera Singer. The good news is Lawyer does still have oh, saw him there. Lawyer still has his self heal, so they can still push for a 1-man. They're gonna have Lawyer heal. And Opera Singer can only really go for one of these. The other one is most likely going to be able to get the gate open. We'll have to see though. Lawyer might want to play conservatively to not get teleported on.
Yeah, we do, again, yeah, we do have that teleport in place, so we could definitely teleport to the other gate. It does look like nice bomb there, and actually going to miss the hit, but, and actually going to miss another hit through that window. The size of the Opera Singer's hitbox really working against here. But, oh, was that that was the wrong gate.
Oh my god.
Can make it back with a double, I think, but oh my god, and it's not able to double back in time.
It's gonna be a draw. It's actually gonna be a draw. Wow, that is unbelievable.
Yeah, just a very unfortunate misstep there from Luo. And yeah, that gate is going to be very open by the time Luo is even remotely able to catch up here. What a turnaround there.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. Luo, unfortunately, the pressure got to him and he just made one bad decision and unfortunately teleported to the wrong gate. If he actually teleported to the other gate, that was most likely going to be a 4 elimination. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, but that pressure overall, just across the match there, I really did expect that rescue on the Mercenary to go off, but just, I swear to God, that was like 1 frame away from being a completed rescue. I mean, obviously, you know, it was a Lawyer, wasn't going to register as a Terror Shock either way, but just 1 misstep, and that really is, it's just the danger of being on a map as big as Lakeside Village. And with an Opera Singer who, again, she is fast, she does have that potential for map control, but if it was something like Arms Factory or Red Church, she might have been able to make it to the other gate in time, even with the missed teleport, but without it, you know, having to cross the entirety of the village just did not work out in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even with perfect dashes, it was gonna be, yeah, it was gonna be rough. Unfortunately, yeah, just a little bit of a misstep from Luo. I mean, it's not even a bad play if you teleport to the right play there, or to the right gate there. You can get a 4 elimination instead of a 3 kill, which would have been good, but unfortunately, just teleporting to the wrong gate makes him lose it all. Kind of a miracle there. But yeah, such a back and forth game there. Really, I really didn't expect any of those twists.
Yeah, and I guess it just goes to show, it's never over. Even when you think it is, even when it very well might be, um, there's always that chance for a turnaround like that. It's just absolutely incredible. And I feel like because there could have been a situation, if the lawyer had been chaired, obviously it wouldn't have been the best decision in the moment, but it would have meant that the acrobat would have had to go out of his way, rescue the lawyer in order to get a draw. So it would have been in that situation a three-man elimination. Of course, obviously, um, not that Luo should have chaired the lawyer, because that would not, obviously, looking for a four-man elimination, that would not have been ideal. But yeah, hindsight is 2020, I guess.
I don't know. Honestly, I think in most cases you probably just should share the lawyer there.
Hmm.
Because if you're an opera singer, so if you find the acrobat, you're gonna down him in like 10 seconds anyway. If you find him at any point before the dungeon's open, you're gonna down him. So I think
Right.
it's kind of just taking the least risky play, just the path that has the least chance of blowing up in your face. And unfortunately, Luo decided to get a little aggressive, and it did blow up in his face. You know, you hate to see it, but that happens. So just unfortunate. Definitely, I mean, Envy made some mistakes too there. If Lawyer didn't go for that rescue, he would have been alive when the cipher popped, and their chances at one manning would have been a lot higher. Of course, they probably wouldn't have drawn, which they did. So I guess I can't really criticize them. Just such a wacky, unpredictable match there. And now, yeah, big advantage for Envy after drawing. Now, DX only needs to get a 3 elimination to win the round.
Yeah, it's definitely a situation that Tel'annas' survivors do not want to be in, um, especially with how tense the points have been. But yeah, it looks like we are going to be heading into our band picks for the second half. The global bands are Magician and Coordinator, and we are going to ban the Priestess and the Antiquarian. Again, not wanting to see that Priestess, especially on Lakeside Village. That is really not something that you want to see.
Yeah, it is leaving Seer potentially, but it doesn't look like telling us wanna take the Seer. Seer maybe oh, and they ban Opera. Wow, so we might actually get to see another clerk. This is a very aggressive play from Tel'annas, potentially taking a clerk again after they got 4-man instead of an Opera. That's a really interesting strategy.
Yeah, I kind of wonder. It's also interesting that they are locking in the Explorer again. I guess having higher hopes for a redemption on that Explorer coming into the second round. Psychologist as well here is going to be locked in, and yeah, I'm definitely interested with that opera singer ban over the clerk, because clerk can be just as scary on Lakeside Village as she is on Leo's Memory. They're kind of not similar. Well, they're not similar maps, but they're kind of in the same category in my head in terms of maps that are bigger than Red Church or Arms Factory. But she does have that map control, and especially when it comes to a situation where you can open that exit gate, that wouldn't have happened if it was a clerk.
Yeah, for sure. They are similar in that they're both strong maps with a lot of windows and a lot of
Mhm.
opportunities to loop a clerk. So on maps like Lakeside and Leo's, clerk's gonna have to be using a lot of pages on window blocks and things like that. And there's also opportunities for harassment. I mean, we have um we have a patient here as well. No harassment locked in yet, but something like a patient, a patient at big boat or small boat, either way, is almost completely unchaseable for clerk. So there are going to be difficulties. You're going to have to try to find Psych or the Explorer if you can look for him.
Yeah, finding that Explorer first would definitely be a very, very good thing for DX, especially considering how the last round went. But I also feel like on a map like Lakeside, they're probably not going to want to spawn that Explorer in the middle again. Probably going to put him in at least a somewhat safer area that he can rotate out of without being caught out right away. But it looks like we are going to ban the mercenary here, which does, I feel like they could definitely still lock in a first officer if they're looking for that stable rescuer.
Yeah, FO is probably going to be fine here unless they want to go in for some more support, but it is going to be an FO here. And I mean, you do have a bunch of relatively self-sufficient kiters. You know, Explorer and Patient are very self-sufficient. And then you are going to have the Psychologist who takes 3 hits. So if you put Psychologist in a strong enough area, it ends up balancing out. The question is here, whether DX is still going to go Clerk. He probably does, but you know, maybe if he wants to explore another option for Lakeside. I don't really expect that, but it might be interesting maybe if they feel more comfortable with something else on Lakeside.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tel'annas is definitely expecting that Clerk, so picking something other than the Clerk could be a little bit advantageous just to have that element of surprise. But also, I mean, we know how strong the Clerk is. Tel'annas also knows how strong the Clerk is. And there's really nothing you can do, even if you know who the hunter's going to be, against that kind of strength. But I'll definitely be interested to see if we might be running a more aggressive build this time, trying to keep that Explorer alive, possibly no borrowed time on that build. They need a 3-man escape in order to win the round, but they could definitely survive with tying it up once again, which does push us a little bit more towards a potential of overtime. But it wouldn't be the worst case scenario in terms of just keeping their hopes at winning alive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, if you're Tel'annas, you're like, you really wanna draw this match out. Like with a best of 5, even if you lose an early round, it's definitely still all right. There's not as much pressure as if it were a best of 3. But you know, you still don't really want to you don't want to go to a early deficit. Like obviously you wanna keep it close. So they're definitely going to be playing for a draw here, and they have a lot of really strong kiters and some strong Cypher Rush too. So definitely, if they expect that Explorer will get chased, maybe they'll put him on like Tide Broken Windows or something, or maybe they'll put Psychologist on a Suicide build, because she's a pretty easy chase here for Clerk. It kind of depends on I don't know who they expect to get chased and who they really or how comfortable they're with Suicide builds.
Yeah, it actually looks like you were right on both of those. We're going to see the Explorer with Flywheel and Tide, the Psychologist with Flywheel and Broken Windows. First Officer and Patient both have Borrowed Time. First Officer has Tide Turner, Patient has Flywheel, but we are going to see 2 of those Suicide builds coming in here with the Psychologist and the Explorer. So yeah, really taking advantage of that potential of being the first chase, I would say, and just wanting to keep them alive for a first chase as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, I like these builds here. I think Clerk is one of the few hunters that like you actually want to bring 2 tides with. Usually it's just not necessary, but with Clerk who can slow down Cypher Rush, like the extra tide, the time that the extra tide buys is actually going to end up being really important. So if Psychologist goes down early, ensuring a rebound and at least having 2 tides to work with is going to buy them that little extra amount of time. So I think that's pretty smart when you know you're most likely going to be going against a Clerk. And everyone's also on Flywheel, which is interesting. Broken Windows also works pretty well, but it looks like they're confident with their Flywheels.
I feel like the Flywheel might be to try and counter the heavy hits that we saw DX using in the previous match. Just keeping out of the way a little bit. I do remember, I think the Psychologist. Oh no, that was. See, too many Clerk matches. I'm getting the details of each one mixed up. But yeah, I do think that Flywheel can definitely be utilized here. I am interested in that lack of broken windows. As you were saying, like Lakeside Village does have a lot of windows and a lot of pallets to utilize, and broken windows can definitely be very good on those. But Flywheel as well can definitely stay out of the way of the Clerk's hitbox, which is something that you don't want to get in. You don't want to get in the way of that.
Yeah, speaking of Clerk, it's not gonna be one. DX has locked Geisha. So that's a real curveball here from DX. We're not gonna be seeing any Clerk today. It's gonna
Wow.
be a Geisha here, so it looks like DX actually was more comfortable with a different hunter for the second round. That's kind of surprising, but DX is very experienced with Geisha, so and Geisha is of course very strong on Lakeside. The biggest strength is that she can actually chase Patient. When Patient, loops or when he hooks onto small boat or onto the ramp leading up to big boat, Geisha can just follow him with a dash. So might be planning on chasing a Patient here.
Yeah, that's definitely a really strong pick, and also catches the survivors off guard. I feel like they were definitely planning for that clerk. We were obviously planning for that clerk. And having a hunter that is not a clerk and requires a very different style of playing than a clerk would require can definitely just catch these survivors off guard, force them to kind of rewrite their strategy in real time. Looks like we're spawning, taking almost exactly the same spawn as the previous match. We're going to see the first officer kind of trying to bait that first chase, and I guess Tel'annas is really just hoping that the explorer won't be caught first.
Yeah, it looks like it. Now Geisha is gonna be spawning in at small boat, and she's gonna be heading straight for potentially heading for the first officer. She is
Looks
gonna
like we're
see him,
actually
and
okay.
wow, it looks like she
Yes.
might actually go for him. Gonna get a watch out first.
Yeah, I would say probably trying to just bait out the watch, but we're actually going to get a hit in there. Kind of off on the prediction from that first officer, not quite out of the way in time. But we are going to force out that first pocket watch here very early on. But it looks like we're just trying to bait out the second shake so it's out of range. Unfortunately, not quite going to work out there. And a lot of time can be bought with this pocket watch. That really is the downside of chasing a rescuer first. You
Oh,
do
but he
get
missed the
caught in
second
these
shake.
skills.
He missed the third shake. He might be getting hit here. We'll have to see if he can mind game this pallet. And he gets
Oh!
hit through it. Wow, unfortunately, the really short kite from FO there. Luckily, he still has a pocket watch to rebound, but still, I mean, getting hit like that, I'm not sure that FO actually expected Geisha to swing there. Wasn't willing to use the watch immediately, and he ended up paying for it. That was a very short kite. So this is a
Yeah.
really strong start for DX here. Even going to be cutting off the Patient here.
Yeah, I think a lot of it feels like a lot of the kiting strategy here is to try and work around these pallets, but DX is just not afraid of them at all. And a little bit of confusion there from the Patient taking that hit. But of course, no one is really close enough to that chair. Explorer is still gathering pages. We're still at 5 ciphers remaining. It looks like Patient is going to be able to return to a cipher. Psychologist in the air to come to for this rescue, but it will be an after half rescue. Psychologist also doesn't have Tide Turner, so first officer can definitely just be farmed here, which isn't really ideal for Tel'annas.
Yeah, this is kind of a horrible start for them. The free hit on Patient, and then psychologist getting injured. So now they don't even have a psychologist to go to work with. If FO can rebound for a while, that would be good. Unfortunately, dashes to the wrong butterfly. But DX does have Blink here, so as soon as this watch expires, he's just gonna be dying instantly. Yep. And he was rescued after half, so I mean their Cypher Rush is really slow. They're healing now, but that's gonna slow down their Cypher Rush even more. And DX can just chase a psychologist with no stress. He might actually see her rotating here, and we'll see. Yep, he does. He's just gonna chase her. And we'll have to see how long she can kite. If she goes down quickly, this is most likely going to be a 4-kill.
Yeah, she does have that build to work with. She does have Flywheel and Broken Windows, which can definitely come in handy here. But we are going to see a miss time on that Flywheel. We do have the Patient in the area to try to give him some support. Unfortunately, that also means the Patient won't be decoding here. We really only have Broken Windows, and a heavy hit is going to down our Psychologist very, very quickly. And Patient is still kind of in the area looking to maybe go for that rescue. Explorer is going to be able to use this Patient's finish Cypher, so we might see Patient rescuing instead, or sorry, Explorer rescuing instead. Explorer does have Tide Turner to utilize, so that will extend things just a little bit here. But it looks like they're really pushing this Cypher that's right next to the chair.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Unfortunately, they're just like so behind right now. And it's possible for Explorer to get stuffed too. He does a really good job of baiting it. With that tree in the way, it's kind of hard to see, but he gets Terror Shocked! He gets stuffed anyway. I mean, it was already a 4-man, but now it's like really a 4-man. This match is over. Unfortunately, there's just nothing they can do from here. What a collapse from Tel'annas, unfortunately. The geisha really working out. Oh, it looks like Patient should be able to make this rescue here. Oh, unless he gets balloon hit.
Yeah, the dungeon spawning here is also just really unfortunate, not even having that chance to go for it, but it looks like we might be able to get this rescue off unless it's another Terror Shock. NS is going to have to be very careful with this timing, but does have the boost on rescuing the Psychologist. That rescue is going to go off right away. Unfortunately, not quite there to body block. Psychologist is going to go straight down. Explorer is back up though. Couldn't quite tell if that was the self-heal utilized or if the patient was able to get there in time. But we do have 2 survivors up. They can definitely extend this, but it's not going to be easy for them at.
Oh, Patient getting a little cheeky there, and he misses the hook. This is gonna be a hit here. Yeah, and unfortunately, even if Explorer still has self-heal, there's kind of nothing they can do. Unless they try some, like, really aggressive strat where they, like, let someone bleed out and try to push for a dungeon that way. But those kind of strats don't tend to work out. So, this is most likely going to be a 4 elimination.
Yeah.
Wow, dashes towards the hook. And now, doesn't quite get the hit through the pallet, but no matter how long Patient fights, it's just not really going to make a big difference.
Yeah, just really unfortunate here from Tel'annas. We're going to leave the patient alone, try and look for that Explorer. Explorer is actually still running around over near the dungeon, it looks like, so they could definitely be trying to go for that, but DX is going to double back here, not wanting to give them any chances to get that dungeon. But yeah, patient still has self-heal, will definitely be able to leverage that here, but it's really just a matter of time. Getting that dungeon escape is not likely in this situation.
Yeah, it's gonna be really difficult. I don't know. I've seen some survivors like try having both. When they get like slugged, they try to have the survivors like hold on to their self heals until they've almost bled out, so that when you re-down them, they just die instantly. But that kind of strategy, oh wow, he actually managed to hide there from DX. That kind of strategy can work, but it's very risky, and it's not guaranteed at all. Unfortunately, Explorer's blood trails are going to be seen here, so should be getting found here. Wow, still running around DX, and he doesn't turn around. Should be able to see him now, maybe? Oh, he missed those blood trails too, and he's just going to lose them. This is gonna buy some time for Patient to bleed out, as we can see.
Yeah, just getting completely turned around there. Very well done by the Explorer. Just utilizing, I would say, possibly having a little bit of airwalk on that build, just to hide the blood trail as much as possible. DX has lost Tinnitus though, but Explorer is going to be able to double back and go for that Patient who is primed on the self-heal. So Patient still has self-heal to utilize here. They're just extending it as long as possible, trying to buy as much time as they can in order to go for that solo escape.
Yeah, that was really awkward from DX. You kind of don't want to let them just pick up Patient for free, because you haven't really made any progress. Like, now you're gonna have to slug him out again, and he still has his self-heal. And Patient is getting closer and closer to bleeding out. So, man, I mean, at this rate, like, Tel'annas might actually be able to make one of them bleed out to allow for a dungeon escape. It's still unlikely, but we'll have to see. DX most likely will be seeing Patient here. I don't know. We also see Explorer actually decoding one of the ciphers, so maybe considering trying to cipher rush, but their ciphers are still far behind. It's most likely not going to happen.
Yeah, DX does have oh, actually, I feel like not sure if he's found the Patient or the Explorer there. Taking a hit, trying to find where the Explorer's hiding. Unfortunately, is the Patient on this map, or on this boat. We do have Teleport in play, and can teleport directly over to the Explorer, but Explorer has already rotated away, and again, we're not quite catching sight of him. We might have caught a little bit of his trail here. It does look like we have finally found that blood trail from the Explorer, and we are going to be able to catch right up here.
Yeah, Explorer is going to be found here. Patient has started Big Boat, and DX has no teleport, of course. Maybe if Explorer can kite for a long time, they could buy enough time for Patient to pop that Cypher, but I'm not sure what their 5th Cypher is at. So, and unfortunately, Explorer is going to get his flywheel baited and is going to go down here. And Explorer doesn't have self-heal. It looks like Patient didn't pick him up. He already used it. So now once Patient goes down, it's going to be over. Really, really unfortunate that they didn't conserve Explorer's self-heal. That kind of ruins any chance they had of pushing for a dungeon escape here.
Yeah, we could possibly. Patient, I believe, does still have that self-heal, so we could technically see them push it even further. It does look like Explorer is going to be crawling over to that dungeon. So it's not quite over yet, I guess. But it is it's pretty over. Patient only needs one hit to get down, but an actual successful flywheel here is going to avoid that hit, able to drop the Paladin and just keep as much distance as possible. Doesn't have any items left to utilize, though, so he is going to go down and does have that self-heal left. Explorer is on his way to that dungeon, but it does look like we're just going to go ahead and share the Patient here.
Yeah,
Not
it
even
looks
wanting
like
to wait.
Yeah, it looks like DX successfully guessed that Patient did not have any self-heal. So now, as long as he finds the dungeon before Patient dies on share, it's gonna be fine. And he is heading, yeah, he's gonna teleport. Dungeon is gonna be there. All DX has to do now is just sit on the dungeon. Um, he can look around if he likes, but like he can just let Explorer bleed out and then wait for him to crawl to the dungeon, and he'll be able to just pick him up and share him. Um, Unfortunately, they have not surrendered yet, but at this point, they really do have no chance. Um, Unless DX spends all his time in this corner of the map and lets him crawl there, but he's not going to do that.
Yeah,
That
we
would be
are
a
going to
really
catch
big
sight
blow.
of the... It's going to kind of catch sight of the, Explorer. Okay, there we are. Yeah, Explorer is going to be found and surrender. And that is going to be a 4-man elimination here for the second half of the first round for Invictus. So that definitely puts quite a few points on the board here. We were tied up before, but that is going to be a 2 points on the board for Tel'annas, ignoring the first round. 2 points on the board for Tel'annas, and 7 points for Invictus. That is a 5-point lead there from DX, and yeah, a very, very strong, or continued strength, I would say, being shown here.
Yeah, definitely some really strong play from Invictus's Hunter there. The Geisha was just, I mean, they just weren't ready for it. Like FO went down way too quickly. Patient gets played around a pallet and gives up a free hit, and DX is able to get back to the chair in time.
Yeah, just very unfortunate there from Tel'annas, but beautifully done by DX. And yeah, it does start to put the pressure on Tel'annas in these next few rounds. We will be heading into a round 4. Obviously, we do still have 2 more rounds to go of this, so they do have a lot of time to bring it back. But it is a 5-point lead here, so they really need to get at least another 4-man elimination or another 4-man escape to start bringing it back for them. But that is a lot of points on the board here, a lot of a very large gap for Tel'annas to start to recover. Again, they still have 2 rounds to do that, so it's definitely not over yet. But Invictus has swung the scoreboard very much in their favor here.
Yeah, what you said. Sorry about that.
You're good.
What is happening? Whatever. Yeah, really strong play from both sides. Now we are waiting on the next map pick. Do we know who's picking map?
Actually, I don't know.
Could be Tel'annas, right? Since Envy picked.
Yeah, I do think it will be Tel'annas picking the next map. We're not going to have any map bans coming into round 3, so we could possibly maybe we'll see that hospital. Knowing that both teams really don't want to pick it, we might not see it, but yeah, Tel'annas could pick that map to try and give their survivors a little bit of a boost. but also to try and throw a wrench in Invictus's strategy here. But again, it would also kind of be disadvantageous to themselves and for Luo. So we'll see what they decide to pick here.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's a double-edged sword. If you pick hospital, you're kind of like accepting that your hunter is gonna struggle, and you're doing that so that your survivors have the best chance to push for a 3 or 4 escape. So it kind of depends on how much faith they have in, say, their hunter. If their hunter maybe has prepared a hunter specifically for Sacred Heart, if they feel very comfortable on it, then it's still possible for their hunter to get a draw or maybe even a win. And of course, the same goes for DX. It's definitely like a high risk play. It's mostly dependent on whether or not Tel'annas have actually prepared their survivors for that map. So if their survivors have their support down really strong on Sacred Heart, and if they can capitalize on it, then that'll be a strong pick for them.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited to see what this map pick is going to be. It does look like they are taking their time to think about it as well. So really weighing their options here. Do we want to go with the Sacred Heart Hospital? Do we want to kind of try and swing things away from Invictus's control? But yeah, I feel like we might want to see a map that's a little bit more even, possibly maybe something like Chinatown, something like Ever Sleeping that could be a little bit more equivalent, but again, that does put a lot of pressure on Tel'annas, especially since both of those maps are very, very good for the hunters that DX has already brought out. But we do have a second hunter who Invictus could swap out for. I'm not sure if they're going to do that yet, but they do have the opportunity to do that, or they could do that in the next round, or if we go to a fifth round, if we go to a fifth round, they still have time to swap out their hunter, but they do have that substitute in line.
Yeah, just to refresh me. So if they win the next round, is that over, or does it go to a round 5, or does it go to round 4?
Is that a lizard?
Huh? Is that?
There's sound effects.
Oh, I think someone just. I don't know. You sure you're not just hearing things?
Maybe, but yeah, the first round was a tie. The second round was won by Invictus, so they do need to win 3 rounds.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
yeah, because the first round was a tie, we're automatically going into round 4.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean they can sub in their hunter, or they can keep the DX in here. The good news for Tel'annas is they can ban Clerk and Geisha, which is gonna be good. They did ban Opera Singer last round, and we saw how that went. I don't think they're gonna test their luck with either a Geisha or a Clerk. I think that would be kind of like pushing their luck. I think DX clearly isn't as comfortable with Opera Singer as he is with his other hunters, because if he was, he would be playing her. So I think Tel'annas should definitely, recognize that and say we should just take an opera singer that might not be as refined, instead of this Geisha and this Clerk, which has just been like playing really well.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to bring out the hospital. So yeah, definitely recognizing that Invictus doesn't want to have the hospital either. And hospital, the thing about hospital though is that it's not a terrible map for the opera singer. Even in the areas that you can loop around, opera singer can just cut those off with her decoys. So it's very. If we are to see an opera singer here, it wouldn't be the worst situation for her, but again, there is to keep in mind, Sacred Heart is a very survivor-sided map, as well as if we're looking at an opera singer that's not as refined as maybe DX's Geisha or Clerk, we could be seeing maybe a swing of the cards in Tel'annas' favor, but also there is also to keep in mind that maybe the Clerk or maybe the opera singer just hasn't come out yet because it's a bit of an ace in the hole.
Yeah, that would definitely be interesting. Keeping an opera singer like that. I guess that could be done. Um, but there's always still a possibility that Tel'annas just stubbornly bans Opera Singer every round, just because Opera's that strong. So, they could be going for that. We'll have to see. But DX should have some other hunters aside from Geisha and Clerk. And we might be seeing one of those come out. If he really doesn't play Opera Singer, um, then yeah, we might actually see something completely different in this round. We'll also get to see something new from Luo. We're probably going to see an Opera and a Clerk band, so we'll have to see what else Luo plays.
Yeah, I'm definitely really interested to see. We could. The thing here, though, is that if we end up seeing a Bloody Queen, because Luo does have a very scary Bloody Queen, the thing is that she's not great on Sacred Heart Hospital. She does tend to struggle there because it is such a tight map. There's not a lot of area. You can definitely get caught with the mirror, but if the survivors are just able to dodge it, then that's kind of bust. But we are going to see Invictus surviving first here, so that the possibility of what Luo will play here, we're going to have that question answered sooner than later. But yeah, just to refresh, we do have the Toy Merchant, Wildling, Acrobat, and Mercenary banned here. So Luo can definitely just ban out... Okay, never mind. I was going to say Luo can just ban out the First Officer and kind of be done with those Rescuers. Instead, we are going to ban the Seer and the Priestess, which is very understandable. Priestess on Sacred Heart is not something you want to see, and Seer as well, especially if we're looking at something like a Bloody Queen. Oh, wait, no, we're Dancer and Priestess.
Oh, that's interesting. I guess that's allowed. Dancer Priestess is definitely interesting. I think we have been seeing a little less Seer. There's also, we have to keep in mind, Seer had that nerf that like his owls, the hit recovery doesn't last as long. So we might actually see a lot less Seer now that he's been nerfed. I haven't really seen much of Seer at all competitively with his nerf. So it'll be interesting to see like what effect that has on his viability. Dancer, as always, is a very strong character, so I think that banning Dancer along with the Priestess is going to be fine here. And unfortunately now we do see Toy Merchant is global banned. This is one of Toy Merchant's best maps along with Leo's. So unfortunately, Envy are not going to have a Toy Merchant here, but they still have other options for supports. They have their Antiquarian, they have their Prospector. They have options, so we'll have to see what they go for here.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see. They could definitely lock in that Seer first. But again, with that nerf, it does still, like, his support is still there. It does still impede the Hunter, even if it's not as much as before. 30% reduced attack recovery is still an animation that the Hunter has to go through. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see first who Invictus is going to pick here, but also who they're going to ban, because they can definitely just take the Opera Singer and the Clerk off the table immediately, but they may be willing to go against the Opera Singer again.
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure if that would be smart. Like we saw last time, the Opera Singer was really strong. Like they, regardless of the outcome, they should have lost that match, and it probably should have been a 4 elimination. So I don't think it would be very smart to take another Opera. Like she's still the best hunter in the game, and it's not close. And clearly, Luo's Opera Singer is good. It's good enough that it's a significant threat. So I don't think that it would be very smart to take an Opera Singer here. You're better off maybe taking like a Sculptor or something. Doesn't Luo play Sculptor?
I think, yeah. I'm not too familiar with Luo's Hunter roster, but we could definitely see a Sculptor coming out here because she's not terrible on Sacred Heart. And we have seen a lot of Sculptors on Sacred Heart, or not a lot, but like I think we did recently see a Sculptor on Sacred Heart in Checkmate. So we could definitely see that coming through here. We are going to have our first picks as the First Officer and the Entomologist. So Invictus is going to lock in that Stable Rescuer, and they are going to ban the Clerk and the Opera Singer. So yeah, not want to deal with the Opera Singer again. It really was just one misstep that turned that from a 4-man elimination, or at least a 3-man elimination, into a draw. So not want to deal with that again. And we are going to see the Antiquarian band as well, not wanting to have that support.
Yeah, Ento definitely a really strong support option. She's always been strong, and she's still strong against most hunters. Um, Regardless of what Luo could play, I mean, it could be a BQ, it could be a Sculptor. As far as like win hunters go, that he could still play, like you have like maybe Wax Artist, maybe Hermit. Like Ento's strong against all of those, so she's definitely a really good option here. And we are actually going to see an Antiquarian ban as well. Which as usual is really strong. I'm actually kind of surprised that Envy haven't been locking in Antiquarian, given how strong her support is. And then we are gonna see a Seer now, so we'll actually get to see Seer in action after his nerf.
Yeah, I'm definitely really interested to see how they're able to utilize that in kind of this disadvantaged state that this year is in. And okay, yeah, we are going to ban the patient here as well. Yeah, not wanting to deal with the patient or the potential kiting of the patient. Very, very strong on Sacred Heart with the amount of walls, the amount of just map objects and trees that you can hook onto as well, even the open areas. And we're going to pick the Prospector in turn, so we are going to have that harassment coming through here. But yeah, I wonder if they're just waiting for the final rounds to lock in that Antiquarian, because she's been kind of consistently the third ban. But of course, if she's picked first, then we won't be seeing her again. So I feel like they might just be waiting for that to be over. In the fourth round, there are no more like there's the global bans still apply, but the first two survivors picked aren't global banned after the third round. So we could be seeing an Antiquarian possibly in the next round, I would say, if they're going to wait for that.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy at all. Leaving a really strong character like Antiquarian for later rounds is potentially a good decision. Unfortunately, there is always the possibility that she just gets banned first, within the first two bans. But they still have strong options like Prospector. Prospector isn't an Antiquarian, but he's pretty close. He is really strong in the meta. You don't see him much round one because Opera Singer really embarrasses him. But besides that, he's still good. So, as long as you're not canceling hit recovery, you're gonna get value out of Prospector for sure. And now we're just gonna have to wait to see what kind of hunter Luo goes for. It's gonna be a Hermit now.
Ooh, I am always very excited to see a Hermit on the team. It does look like we also have the Persona Webs in. We've got everybody with borrowed time this time. No suicide builds coming through. We have the Prospector with Flywheel, Seer and Entomologist are carrying Broken Windows, and First Officer with Tie Turner. So they're definitely going a little bit more conservative this round, I would say. Not wanting to take any risks here. But against a Hermit, I feel like there might I feel like the thing with a Hermit is that Hermit really struggles against coordinated 4-man teams because you can just share the damage out and really time things. And as you were saying before, Entomologist also works very well against a Hermit. And Seer can also be very effective. But I do feel like there's a lot of potential here because Hermit is such a hunter that can snowball in either direction. There's a lot of ways where this match could just kind of swing either way for a 4K or even like a 3 or a 4-man escape.
Yeah, for sure. Hermit's definitely one of those high risk, high reward hunters. You see a lot of Hermits lately chase without connecting the ciphers at the start of the match. And the reason for that is because they're struggling to get 2 hits, let alone 3 or 4 hits on their first chase. So, Hermit has an abusable chase. He's weak to support. He's weak to coordination. He can definitely really struggle, and there's going to be, a Seer Owl, there's going to be Prospector and Ento support to deal with as well. And on a map like Sacred Heart, he might have a hard time chasing someone. He's not going to like chasing at Hospital. He's not going to like chasing at Ruins either. If he wants to chase, in the open, he's probably going to be chasing an FO. So definitely like a high risk character, but if you can get the first down quickly, he snowballs really hard. And that's the advantage with Hermit, is that if you have an early game that's strong, he's going to have a much better chance at 4-manning than other hunters. So that's kind of like the risk reward scenario here, and it's really going to come down to how good Envy's support is on the first kite.
Yeah, I'm also really interested to see kind of in that vein of like whether or not to connect the ciphers first. Whether which ciphers to connect. There's so much variation that hermits can have. Um Basically every hermit plays that early game differently. There was one hermit in I think IJL who connected just two ciphers at the start of the match in order to try and single out just one survivor to get a charge on, immediately disconnected them, and then continued that first chase. There's just so much there's a lot of versatility with how to play that early game with the hermit in order to get a first down as fast as possible. So I'm very interested to see what Luo decides to go with for that.
Yeah, that's a pretty wacky strategy. I've never actually heard of that.
It ended up working. It was
Definitely.
actually on Sacred Heart. So
Oh, on Sacred too. Well,
yeah,
if Luo watches a lot of IJL, maybe we'll see something like that. That's the cool thing about Hermit is that you have different ways of playing him. He's got different like strategies that you can go for, and there's a lot of room to get creative. Interesting spawn here, and it looks like Ento is actually going to be spawning in front of a hospital, so Ento might actually be getting chased here.
yeah, I would definitely be really interested to see Ento first chase because she does have a lot of capability to dodge kind of the hermit circles, the charges. But it also it kind of hinders her ability to support if she is chased first because those bees end up getting consumed on the first chase, can't come in later in the game. But we are going to get right into it, and it does look like we are heading right towards that entomologist, with the seer kind of in the area, so we could potentially overlap that as well.
Yeah, Entomologist is doing a good job of not getting mind gamed. However, Seer is going to get found here. I'm not sure if this was their intention. They might have preferred Ento getting chased first here. Seer is much less of a sufficient kiter, and he's getting caught kind of in the middle of nowhere there. Good owl. He's going to be able to rotate back into hospital here. As we can see, Hermit has not connected the ciphers, which means that Seer's not going to be able to spread damage. And unfortunately, this might be a second hit here. We'll have to see if he can make this pallet. It's going to be close.
Yeah, the bees are going to be able to come in for support, so we will see that pallet coming through. Hermit does have teleport here. I would probably expect that to be an up-down teleport as well. We did see that being carried on the Opera Singer last match as well. But yeah, I feel like with how long this kite is being extended, not connecting those ciphers is really going to come back to bite Luo, unless we're going to be able to get our first hit in here. But not having those ciphers connected is really allowing these survivors to cipher rush for a pretty long time. We're seeing that first officer already having that cipher at 50%. Prospector cipher is nearly done. So there's a lot of upcoming support we can have here, with how long this kite is going for.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're going to be able to get some Cypher Rush, but on the other hand, that also means that Seer's only going to be dying in 2 hits, or 3 hits with an owl. If Seer was dying in 4 or 5 hits, that would be a problem. And with the Confined, yeah, as you said, it is up-down, unless no detention, but that's not very likely. And Seer is going to be going down. Now the ciphers are going to be connected. That was almost a 3-cipher kite. But Seer doesn't have much to rebound with, so this might be a draw or even a loss here, depending on how the rescues go.
Yeah, it really just comes down to how Luo is able to control the rest of the match. Having all of those ciphers connected does mean that whoever comes into rescue is going to be sharing that damage, but they all have the potential to swap that polarity as well. But it looks like we do have First Officer coming in for the rescue, Prospector also in the area to provide some support. Doesn't look like we're going to be doing that yet, but a very clean rescue there. Of course, the kite is going to return immediately to the Seer, but are we going to go for that charge? I don't think going for that charge is a good idea. Okay, we're not going to go for the charge, just going to use it to bait out the owl here. Going for the charge would allow the rest of the team to kind of try and come into support, but a beautiful heavy hit there, and Seer is going to go down once again.
Yeah, unfortunately, the owl there not able to buy him enough time. It would have been better if he just owled a normal hit, unfortunately. The owl wasn't enough to get him to a strong enough pallet. There weren't any good pallets there that he could just slam and force Luo to break. However, they are down to 2 ciphers, and the 2 ciphers are actually around 50%. Depending on their support, it's possible for them to even win this maybe. FO, of course, is going to be able to make this rescue. I think, does he actually go down here? He's going to be using the watch just in case, and the rescue is going to go through.
Yeah, I think he might go down. Yeah, he is going to go down after that. So beautiful usage of that watch. And that really is, you know, first officer is kind of that pocket mercenary. But Seer is also going to go down. Those last two ciphers are not going to be able to pop yet. They are connected, but yeah, not going to be quite enough time. Prospector is going to try and fly over the charge. Unfortunately, not going to work, but that stun is going to not cancel the attack recovery, thankfully. But are we going to be able to get this stun here? Yes, no, actually, Seer was dropped before that stun went through. Prospector's still in the area trying to support here. Unfortunately, it's just not going to work. Seer is going to return to the manor, and first officer is going to see a first share here.
This might be a bit of an overextension here. The problem is both Prospector and Ento are really injured, and I think they might actually be one shot here. They are sharing a charge, which is important so that they can still eat one hit. But I'm not sure what their last cipher is at. Right now, they really need to secure a draw. Like, they were in a draw position before Prospector came into harass. They really need to secure a draw here. If they end up losing this, that's going to be unfortunate. And Ento's cipher right now is only around 70%. It's actually going to get teleported too. And Ento only has around a quarter Bs left.
Is going to be stunned there as well, and a second stun as well with the teleport just to catch up. We're going to have all survivors injured here with that shared damage. And yeah, teleporting here was definitely a good decision, wanting to just pressure the map as much as possible. We're going to miss that stun, and the Vs are going to slow him down, but that is going to be the end of the Vs for this entomologist. And a beautiful stun there, pulling the entomologist out of that vault. She is going to go straight down, but it looks like we are, well, we're healing the Prospector first. Okay, no, we are going to heal the first officer, but they are within Luo's eyesight. So Prospector is going to be healed, but is chipped. I don't think it's enough of a chip for him to go down right away, though.
No, I don't think it is. Really nice stun, though.
Ooh.
Should be able to make this rescue. Unfortunately, you know, Anto's kind of chaired on the cipher. FO might be thinking about going in to try and force it. But right now, everyone's injured. Prospector is actually going to be able to get a nice stun there. And now FO is going to be sitting on that cipher. If they can still rush it down, but everyone's injured. Ento really needs to buy as much time as she can here. Now they're double decoding the cipher, but it's not going to be finished yet.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we could have seen some shared damage there, but with everybody injured, that probably would have been too risky to try and attempt. But they are going to have that cipher basically done here. They could pop it and just push for a draw, but it looks like they are just going to leave it prime. First officer is going to come in for the rescue. They're going to disconnect the ciphers as well, not wanting any of those charges to be changed, but yeah, they are just going to pop it here.
But they're both right here.
Yeah.
They're both in front of the hunter. Luo has teleport. Prospector can't make this rescue. They're gonna double it, but this is extremely risky. Prospector's just gonna get slugged, and Luo can chase either one. Neither of them have any items. They're both gonna be dying almost instantly.
Yeah, they can definitely contain in this area for some time. Luo obviously doesn't have blink, but we are going to see... Looks like the charge is going to come through, but after the vault, unfortunately, Luo is just going to be able to catch right up to that first officer. I'm going to connect the exit gates as well, so Entomologist will be picking up a stun the moment she touches a gate, which will alert Luo to her location, at least sort of, as long as we are able to teleport to the right gate this time. Prospector does have a fast healing there with both the Prospector natural healing buff as well as sticker with the flywheel. Entomologist is going to be on that exit gate though, so could possibly be a one-man escape here as long as Prospector is able to contain.
I don't know. Prospector is gonna go down here, and oh, Luo misses and drops down. This is gonna buy enough time potentially for Prospector to kite. Yeah, Luo has to teleport immediately. Luo really wanted to down Prospector and then teleport because Prospector didn't have self-heal. Well, Prospector's actually pushing a rescue here, and I think he's gonna make it too. Suddenly,
Yeah,
they have a chance to one-man still. Maybe even draw. This is a really nice position for them. That small mistake from Luo is now giving them a little bit more of a chance.
Yeah, it really just is. Luo needs to catch up and find them before they heal. They could definitely heal this out, and detention's almost out. So they could very much push for a draw here. First officer kind of near the gate, but it does look like Prospector has been found here. Nicely aimed stuns there as well, and Prospector is just going to go straight down. First officer is going to be on that exit gate. But it looks like we're just going to leave the Prospector on the ground here. Has already utilized self-heal, so isn't going to be able to do anything about that. But is First Officer going to be able to open the gate in time? I don't think so, with those gates being connected. Is also going to get stunned off the gate as well as Luo catches up.
Yeah, unfortunately just not enough. Yeah, I mean that pop was just so unfortunate. Everyone was in the same area. I don't know what happened. But the pop just kind of put them in such a like bad position. Luo should be sharing FO here. FO might actually be able to self heal. Yeah, Luo's gonna go back and share him. Prospector has no self heal, and Luo should know that because Prospector used it in front of him. This is gonna be a 4 elimination, unfortunately. And I mean, yeah, that was such a breakdown in communications there. If they were gonna pop it with Ento still on the chair, they needed to do it with a lot of distance. They needed to do it while they were both very far away from the hunter, and they needed to wait until like, oh wow, FO's actually gonna struggle here. But again, it's not gonna make much of a difference. Just a breakdown in
It looks like Luo was
communication.
actually kind of hanging out there, I wonder, but I feel like maybe just trying to buy time here, see where the Prospector is, make sure that he's not at a gate. We are over the dungeon. Okay, yeah, they are going to surrender here. But yeah, just what that really just is the strength of the Hermit. Even with a relatively long first chase, being able to connect those ciphers afterwards, and Invi just wasn't really able to recover in that endgame.
Yeah, and you know, I really question the decision on the Prospector to go in and support so aggressively. Unfortunately, the Prospector wasn't able to buy enough time, and their Cypher Rush was much slower as a result of that. If both Ento and Prospector had just decoded while FO was rescuing, I think their Cypher Rush would have been much faster. And you know, they wouldn't have been getting injured either, so I think they might have had a chance to still draw if they'd done that. I think they really overextended there. They may have gotten a bit greedy, but if they played a bit more conservatively, they might have been able to draw that match.
Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate there. I definitely agree. I do think that if they had gone for the if they had just allowed for that decoding to happen, and not like tried to push the harassment, tried to extend the Seer's lifespan, I think they definitely did get greedy and were looking for more than a draw there, I would say. But yeah, I feel a draw would have been better than a 4-man elimination there, but that is going to at least temporarily close the gap in points between Invictus and Tel'annas. So very well played by Luo there.
Yeah, it looks like it. Also, because today is such a funny best of 5 match, I am actually going to be switching out here, and someone is going to be taking my place. So thanks for having me, Bones. It was really fun to commentate, and good luck to both teams. Yeah, good luck to both teams as this match continues. I'll be looking forward to spectating and see how it goes.
All right. Yeah, thank you for joining me. It was awesome. I think it's actually the first time we've commentated together. So, I'm pretty sure, at least. I actually don't remember. But yeah, it was very fun. But yeah, thank you for joining me. And yeah, I don't know if we're playing anything in between for the transition or.
I don't know. My replacement should be joining in shortly, so we'll just wait for her to come in and channel only fits 3. Oh, my bad. All right, yeah, I'll be leaving here. Thanks for having me. See you guys later.
Bye. Yeah, I'll be here the whole time. So unfortunately, if you guys are sick of me, it's not going to stop anytime soon. But Yeah, Galia should be joining me momentarily, but yeah, we're heading into the second half of round 3. And yep, it looks like we are here. Hello.
Hello. Hey, John.
I think you're a little quiet. I'm just gonna turn you up on mine. On my end.
Can you hear me better now? Or
Yeah. I can hear you better. I definitely had to turn you up. I'm sure that that's probably going to be adjusted on the mainstream as well. But yeah, hi Galia. Welcome to the halfway through the best of 5.
I'm pretty excited for this because I think this is the first best of 5 this tournament, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's for technically during the round robin, it's only best of 3, but because there weren't enough teams to fill out this bracket, we're doing a best of 5 instead.
Yeah, I was actually watching the stream before I joined, and it seems that Silverlo has already gotten a 4 kill in the first half of the match.
Yep.
But there's still a small gap in points right now. But wait, is there?
I think the points are actually tied up again.
The points are even now. The points are even now, so it's up to the survivors to see if they can get an advantage. But this is pretty interesting. That was a really impressive 4 kill from the Hermit, actually, especially on Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of watching Hermit matches. And yeah, that absolutely did not disappoint. But we are getting into the bans and picks for this second half. The global bans are Coordinator, Magician, Explorer, and Psychologist for Tel'annas' survivors. And it looks like we are going to ban Priestess and Dancer to start us off, which is, I believe, exactly the same bans that Luo had for the first half.
Yeah, these are pretty universal bans, I think. Priestess is very strong on this map. Dancer is very strong in the middle. You can have 3. You can have 3 of the slow boxes down the middle, and it's guaranteed 60-second kite basically.
Yeah, definitely not wanting to deal with that support. It looks like we're also going to ban the Opera Singer and the Clerk, which does leave the Geisha open, but I feel like they might just be more confident kiting a Geisha on a map that is less open than Lakeside, has a lot more potential, but we have seen just how scary of a Geisha DX is, so we could definitely bring that out here, or we could just have a totally different hunter coming out. But yeah, with that Opera Singer off the table, and definitely not surprised about the Clerk ban either. But it is interesting that they didn't ban the Geisha here, especially after losing in the previous round.
I feel like Sacred Heart Hospital it's not a bad map for Geisha, but it's definitely harder because there are a lot of pallets and tall structures. And it seems like they picked Antiquarian, which is a pretty good counter to Geisha. So I think they're definitely thinking about playing against Geisha. The picks that they have so far are pretty good against single hit hunters. But there's also the possibility that DX might go with a Sculptor, because we know that he does have a Sculptor. And Sculptor's not that bad on smaller maps.
Yeah, I would definitely be excited to see a Sculptor as well. We did kind of like briefly discuss the possibility of that Sculptor coming out. In the last one, obviously, it was a Hermit instead, but I do like seeing Sculptor, especially on a map like Sacred Heart, because if the statues are aimed well, she can definitely just lock off a lot of the like ruins kiting areas, and the stairs in the the hospital as well. But yeah, having that seer and acrobat on the team definitely is going to be something that a geisha wouldn't want to deal with. And with the antiquarian ban as well, we could definitely be looking at that, but they are going to lock in that first officer just to have that stable rescuer on the field. And I feel like, because mercenary wasn't banned, I feel like they really are just leaning into first officer being that new meta.
I think they're definitely anticipating the sculptor a little bit, because first officer is actually a more stable rescue against sculptor if you can take one stat you hit, and you can use the mini time to get someone off the chair. So there's a guaranteed rescue basically.
Yeah, and with
this is definitely a combat that I wouldn't play geisha. You have the anti-Korean unless maybe you're planning on bringing up Simon and chasing anti-Korean first.
Oh, antiquarian was banned.
Oh, anti-Korean was a ban?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, everybody's the same color in the chat, so it's like it's hard to keep track of.
Yeah, exactly. So we have seer, acro, first officer. But it does seem like they might want to get harassment or some sort of support.
I feel like maybe that's exactly what I was gonna say. They still have Ento on the table, and especially on Sacred Heart, we could definitely see that entomologist coming out here. And we're actually going to see the lawyer instead, so they really want to prioritize that cipher rush.
Yeah.
Oh no, lawyer was banned. My bad.
Lawyer was banned.
Keeping track of this is it's okay.
Why are their names all purple? This is actually crazy.
Yeah, so we're actually going to lock in the Enchantress instead, so that does provide the harassment that we were kind of looking for. And Enchantress she's kind of become like this common pick. I think she was picked yesterday on Sacred Heart as well. Because I think she can be utilized very well within like the ruins areas and within the hospital, just to kind of gather those stuns safely.
Yeah, also I think it's probably because she's a good counter to both Sculptor and Geisha, because with Sculptor, if you get a chip, you also get a stack. And with Geisha, all you have to do when Geisha uses her dash is to stun her and go into a pallet or a window. So she's a really good counter to the two of the strongest hunters that DX has shown us.
Yeah, I'm definitely really excited to see that Enchantress, and how she's able to be utilized here. I do wonder what the persona webs are going to be as we're kind of waiting on those. They could definitely go, maybe with more flywheel than Broken Windows, but I feel like Broken Windows is also just very easy, or easier to utilize on Sacred Heart, with the amount of windows, amount of vaults that you can take just to break that distance there. And if we're looking at a sculptor here, breaking distance can be very valuable, but you can also flywheel out of the way of the statue, so it really just goes, I feel like it's more up to personal preference here.
I feel like flywheel is probably better, because on this map, you have a lot of pallets and windows that you can use. So I think gaining distance to try and transition to a different carrying is less important. At the same time, I feel like Broken Windows is just a better guarantee of any time, because it's just a guarantee that the hunter's not going to be able to catch up or have a distance that they can blink on you. So I would assume that for this comp, they would probably bring blink, and it seems like the hunter is locking for Anne, a disciple pick. So that's a pretty good counter to Enchantress, actually.
Yeah, I feel like that might have been picked. I feel like also is also a good counter here, basically for Seer, I feel like counters the kite, but doesn't really counter the teammate support, so that's definitely still something that DX is going to be able to is going to need to worry about. But yeah, with the Enchantress on the field, just being able to lock off her skills, and also because she's such a close range stunner,
Mhm.
it throws a wrench in that Enchantress strategy, because she can't do anything when there's a cat on her. The cats come in close range, and it's kind of over for her harassment potential.
Pretty much. So it seems like the personas are Enchantress Flywheel, Forest Officer Tide, Acrobat Flywheel, Seer, Broken Windows, and Flywheel. So no borrowed time for Seer. Yeah, DX definitely baited out all their Flywheels because Anne isn't really afraid of Flywheel, actually.
Yeah,
Anne
I
isn't
think
afraid of
you
Flywheel at all.
I think you can. There's definitely like places where flywheel can be effective. I think if you time the flywheel perfectly, then you can cancel the like
You can
the
cancel the
silence skill. But
Yeah.
we've seen Tel'annas kind of struggle with that flywheel timing. So I do wonder. I feel like they might just try and use it to break like small amounts of distance after a jump. But yeah, definitely baiting out that flywheel with the possibility of a geisha pick, or a sculptor, I feel like was very well played, on DX's side.
Yeah, that was definitely a really good. He's definitely really comfortable playing Anne now because I definitely know that putting Flywheel would limit some of his picks. So, but yeah, they might decide to put Enchantress in a hospital. I think that might be a valid strategy because Acrobat can kite Anne, but Enchantress would struggle with kiting Anne, and there's only one support, and that's Seer. But Seer also got nerfed.
Yeah, because I think the nerf for Seer, it only reduced the attack recovery on like teammate support.
Yeah.
So that's definitely going to be something that they'll need to keep in mind here, because that's really where Seer is going to excel in this match. The owls aren't going to be as effective if Seer takes the kite, but if Seer is still able to support, that reduced attack recovery could really kind of get in the way.
Yeah, it's a 30% reduce in the time for attack recovery. So it's basically the equivalent of bringing three stacks of Berserker. Enchantress.
I almost wonder if we could see Berserker kind of with that in mind, if the Seer owls are used to try and assist a rescue. That could really be very detrimental to Tel'annas' strategy with that amount of reduced attack recovery.
Yeah, 60% reduced attack recovery. That would... I haven't seen that, actually. I would imagine that to be really
because I actually don't remember how much the attack recovery pill in duos is, but I think that's only like 40 or 50% reduced attack recovery. I guess we'll just have to see, because I mean that does kind of bank on DX bringing Berserker and then the owl being used in that very specific way. So it's like a very hypothetical situation. But it looks like we're actually going to spawn Enchantress in Ruins. The Seer is going to be in the hospital. But it looks like Acrobat or the First Officer might be in places to take this first chase, but I would say probably more so the Acrobat.
First Officer might actually be a good first chase because Anne really counters First Officer. And also, if Anne can get rid of the Tide, it's going to be really hard to rescue and get away from unfinished ciphers. So I think that's a valid strategy if DX wants to go for a win. And it does seem like he's gonna go for the Acrobat. And it seems like he's
bringing those cats out.
Yeah, he's brought Blink, fast pallet breaking, and 1 stack of Berserker and trump card detention.
Yep, pretty solid end build. We're going to have our first cat landed on the Acrobat, but unfortunately that bomb is not going to buy quite enough time to transition away, and we are going to get our first hit in very, very quickly here. That owl isn't back yet. We did actually just see it go around the acrobat, but are we going to be able to land the second cat is the question. No. And we're actually going to not quite get a pallet stun there, but a very good pallet drop in order to continue to extend this kite.
And acrobat is gonna kite towards Shaft. So maybe he's gonna get assistance from the enchantress, but and the owl.
Yeah, very well timed owl there. We are seeing that 30% reduced attack recovery in play. Ooh!
That flywheel wasn't enough to negate the stun. And I think he's gonna try and get a hit on enchantress as well. And he does get it.
Yeah, definitely wants to get that map pressure in early on by injuring another survivor, but actually,
Yes,
okay,
now
I mean,
able
we
to
are
find
bringing
the
panic.
acrobat.
Okay, yeah, it does look like we found the acrobat here. I feel like maybe waiting for the enchantress to leave the area didn't want to deal with that one stack of potential harassment there. But it does look like enchantress is actually being healed right away by the seer, which does kind of puts a dent in their cipher progress, I feel like.
Yeah, ciphers are actually about at 2.5 ciphers right now. So the cipher progress isn't that bad. But at the same time, maybe he can get a stun hit?
Yeah, not quite getting the stun
He's gonna
hit
try
there,
and get a double down,
unfortunately.
and he does get that double down. But Enchantress is back, and he's probably gonna try and harass for a bit. DX still has Blink.
Ooh, a very nice stun there just to slow down the Disciple. But fortunately, we are going to still have the cross in play, able to get the silence in on the Acrobat. And yeah, we do still have Blink here. We could definitely see it. We're just going to opt to break the pallet, though. And it looks like we'll probably end up using Blink here. I would say no, we actually don't need to. A beautiful stun on the Acrobat is going to be a double down situation here. And Acrobat is going to see a second chair.
And this is actually a really hard chair to rescue from, so anything is possible, especially because they don't have a second tide in this comp, so it would probably be best to sell. And it doesn't seem like they're probably going to go for the rescue because Seer is leaving where the chair is at and going towards ruins.
There's a lot of just potential. Yeah, they definitely do want to sell that Acrobat. And it does look like that's what they're going to do. But we have found out the Seer here. Seer doesn't have an owl left to utilize, but does have broken windows and flywheel still left. So we can definitely see that extending the kite. But we are going to get a stun in and a very fast hit. That is, again, the problem with flywheel against a Disciple. There's really not a lot of opportunities to use it.
Yeah. There is one strategy where you can flywheel into their jump. And that was a very beautiful blink.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to switch traits right away to teleport, not wanting to waste time with that blink cooldown, especially with 2 ciphers remaining here. They do have... It looks like the 2 remaining ciphers are not past 50% yet. Enchantress just getting hers back. But First Officer is coming in from this rescue kind of from far away.
It seems like he's probably not going to be able to make the rescue because... Or I think he will be able to
delayed
make the
damage,
rescue.
yeah. Oh! Oh, that wasn't a chair hit?
Oh. It's alright. It's still a double down. It's still looking like a 3 or 4K actually. Because
Yeah, First Officer
Seer
really
has
is...
Tigers. And he doesn't really have much to work with anymore.
Yeah, we are going
And
to see the
there's
Seer go
also
down here.
There's also basement.
Yeah, but the Enchantress is in the area and she does have full stacks, but we're going to actually bait out we're gonna bait out the stun, but it looks like we're actually not going to use it on the Seer. Does it not go through levels? I don't play a lot of Enchantress, so I don't know, but I feel like maybe the stairs might have gotten in the way of that.
I think they might be saving it for endgame because otherwise Enchantress is a really easy target during endgame. And right now, I think it would be best to sell actually. So This is sell completely because Seer doesn't have borrowed time. But it
Oh,
seems
that's
like
true.
it seems like they're still gonna go for the rescue.
Yeah,
Now the
unfortunately,
question
we
is,
are just... Yeah, we're gonna
yeah, the
teleport
last
right away
cipher is
onto the
a
first officer.
still at 50, so there's plenty of time, especially because this is the first officer with no items, and he's gonna go down immediately.
Yeah, and Disciple does know that he has used self-heal, so he's gonna do a lot of marinating on the ground, really taking that replacement mercenary title to heart, I would say, with the amount of time
Mhm.
that he's just spent bleeding out. But both the survivors here are in the hospital. They need to be able to get out of it in order to try and prime that last cipher. So your keeps pinging Cypher Machine Primed. I don't know what
I
cipher
don't
he's
think the
referring to.
cipher machine is fine.
Yeah, there aren't any prime ciphers. So I'm
Let me
not
check.
entirely sure what that ping means. But we are going to take the kite onto the Enchantress here. She does have 2 stacks to work with, but obviously the cats are going to come into play now. And we are going to start breaking these pallets. We don't have Blink to work with anymore, but we still have the cat jumps. And we're going to have a stun come in there, but unfortunately it's really not going to do much. That stun is still going to come through on the Disciple side. And Enchantress is going to continue chasing, but it does look like Seer is actually returned to, or first officer is going to heal. They're healing each other. They're healing each
They're
other.
healing each other, and DX seems to know that they're healing because he's going to try and catch them again because he knows that first officer doesn't have self heal and Seer is dead on chair. So now it's really up to Seer to tie this one out because now DX has teleport ready. If it's a 2-man endgame, there's a really good chance that he can get a 4-man.
Yeah, it looks like first officer is actually coming in possibly to try and set up to take the last hit. If first officer is able to body block, then the Seer not having borrowed time really won't matter. But unfortunately, the Seer is going to go down. The Cypher's not quite primed yet. It does look like first officer is going to try and force heal this, but they really DX really just needs to wait for those casts to come through,
Yeah.
and then is fully just able to pick up that Seer. Are we going to go
He
for
can
a
also
hit
get
here?
a
We're gonna
balloon
actually get
hit.
a wow. We're gonna get a
So yeah,
terror
we're
shock
forcing
through the
the pop
window
here.
there. Yeah, beautiful work there, just
DX has
forcing that pop.
pop right now. So he can just target and not even chair the first officer because he knows that the first officer doesn't have self heal anymore. So as long as he can get the first officer down within the next cat and teleport immediately, he should be able to get a 4-man.
Yeah, but Enchantress is still on that gate. Fortunately, that is going to be a terror shock on the first officer. First officer doesn't have self-heal, and we are going to immediately teleport. Enchantress does have 1 stack to work with, but really not much else here.
Yeah.
Yes, is very much looking like a 4-man elimination.
1 stack against Anne is honestly nothing because
Yeah.
her stun is about 3 seconds. Her stun is 3 seconds versus. Oh, and that was a cancel attack recovery.
Yep, that is a very clean 4-man elimination here, which is, again, well, it's actually not tying the points, it's tying the round here, which I think might mean that we would go to, I think tying the round here does mean that we are going to see a 5th round, I think. I might be mistaken on that, but it does tie the round, but it does not tie the points. Invictus does still have the advantage coming into these last 1 or 2 rounds. Yeah, I think we are going to be going into round 5 with that.
That was a very impressive Anne from DX, especially because maps with second stories are actually really hard against Anne, because all you have to do to avoid the cats is to go on second story.
But a really effective job there, I think, by DX, just keeping them out of that hospital, not allowing them to really take advantage of it either, and just keeping them out, making sure that they are always having a cats on them if they're nearby, and just keeping up that pressure, and really effective pressure with the endgame teleport as well, not letting them prime that cipher, and just keeping the pressure on Tel'annas. Even with such an impressive Hermit performance in the previous match, there's the points are still in favor of Invictus.
if Invictus wins the next round, they end this because if they win 2 rounds and tie 2 rounds, there's no way for Tel'annas to win a second round to even consider winning. So
Right.
Tel'annas has to win the next round if they want to go on. If the next round is still, they have to at least tie the next round. If the next round is tie, they go into the 5th round. If Invictus wins the next round, they win this. So this is pretty dire because there's a chance that Invictus can just win by winning the next round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very tense situation, not one that you really want to be in if you are Tel'annas, but they do still have the time to bring it back if they're able to win this round. But again, that is very, very difficult for them to try and regain, especially with the amount of bans coming in here, as well as just in general, having well, actually no, because the thing here is that we'll see what Invictus decides to do, because they do have another hunter who they could bring out here. I guess we'll just have to see what they decide to strategize with, because DX is still very much killing it. But they could bring out another hunter and kind of throw off Tel'annas' strategy. I guess we will see here if they are going to decide to sub anybody out on either side. I don't know if Tel'annas does have subs, but it looks like they are going to discuss that here. But it would definitely be interesting to see a different hunter come out for the last couple of rounds.
That could be an interesting strategy, but I do think that DX has enough of a character pool that he can definitely play a BO5 in full. But at the same time, they might want to throw off their strategy because they're already at an advantage, and the pressure is definitely on Tel'annas if they want to at least go into round 5.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what they decide to do, because they do have the advantage. If they draw this round, it'll continue to round 5, right?
Yeah, because it's currently at a 1-0 right now. If they draw the round, it's still a 1-0, so there's still a chance for Tel'annas to make a comeback in the 5th round. So if they draw, it's going to go into 5th round. But if Invictus wins, they win 2-0.
Okay, yeah, this makes sense. So it looks like we're actually going to see a survivor substitution on Invictus's side. They are subbing out America, who was, I believe, their kind of dedicated rescuer, and they're going to put in Zion instead. I am not entirely familiar with the Invictus rosters, so I don't particularly know what this means, but it does look like the Hunter side is going to stay the same here.
It seems like it's still going to be the same hunter, so DX is still going to be playing for round 4.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see what more DX has to offer coming into even with all of these bans. You know, we do still have so many powerful hunters on the table, and just a lot of potential to just keep up this pressure on Tel'annas' survivors. And it really does fall on Luo, I would say, to kind of bring it back around for Tel'annas.
This is definitely a stressful situation for Tel'annas. Are they gonna wondering if they're gonna go to Survivor or Hunter first?
Yeah,
We're
I
still
think
waiting.
starting. They might want to start it. Well, I think. Actually, I don't know who is going to pick faction first, but I think Tel'annas. Okay, no, Envy is going to pick their faction. I would say in that case, it's probably I would pick Survivor first, if I was Envy, and then Envy's picking map. My bad. Yeah, okay. Envy's picking map, and then Tel'annas is going to pick their faction. I would say in that case, Tel'annas might want to have their survivors go first here, just to kind of give Luo a sense of what needs to be recovered
Mhm.
after that.
I think they're picking map first actually for Indie.
Yeah,
So
Envy's picking the map first.
yeah, I think Survivor first is a good strategy, or if they can have some Sub go up and hope that he can get a 4K. Okay, we're still waiting on the map pick.
I definitely wonder what map they're going to go with, because I
Mhm.
feel like, because the Sacred Heart pick in the previous round, okay, so we were going to go with Ever Sleeping. Yeah, I was going to say the Sacred Heart pick in the previous round was kind of trying to trip up the hunters, but that really wasn't the case here. I feel like, yeah, if with Ever Sleeping Town, that really does kind of put the pressure on Tel'annas as well, because we have a geisha, a very powerful geisha on DX's side, but basically all of DX's roster that we've seen so far is very, very strong on Ever Sleeping Town. So that's a lot. That's very dangerous for Tel'annas, and a very good pick here from Invictus.
They have 3 bands though. They have 3 bands. I think they probably are going to ban the geisha.
Yeah, banning the geisha here would definitely be a good idea, but we still haven't seen DX's opera singer. We've seen the clerk, we've seen the disciple, and we've seen the geisha. But we could definitely see an opera singer here if DX has that. But I definitely feel like the opera singer coming out in round 4 would be really unprecedented, honestly.
Still waiting on them to decide which faction first.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see which they will go with, because yeah, it really is the kind of the back and forth of, do you let the survivors play first, hope that they can get a couple points on the board, and then Luo can kind of clean up the rest. But it looks like they are going to go with Hunter first, and Luo is going to start us off here. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting strategy, but it does kind of set the pace of the round. If Luo is able to get yet another 4-man elimination, then that will... It really is just kind of this back and forth of like closing that 5-point gap and then reopening it.
So they have 300 bans, so I'm wondering which hunters they're gonna ban. I'm guessing probably clerk, opera, maybe hermit, but because hermit is really good on this map. So that leaves 7 Luo with he does have a sculptor. I think he does have a dream witch, but I'm not entirely sure.
If I'm remembering correctly, he does have a bloody queen as well.
Yeah, he was S1 Bloody Queen before. He does, but Bloody Queen is not that good on Never Sleeping. He does have a wax artist and a wheel, but I feel like wheel is definitely a risky hunter, because like there's a saying that you either get a 4-man or you get a 4-man with wheel, because he's such an unstable hunter, and there's a lot of players have the habit of not bringing detention, so a lot of things can happen when you don't bring detention.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to start getting our bans and picks in here. We've got Dancer and Priestess as our first 2 survivor bans here from Luo, so kind of keeping it consistent with previous rounds here, not wanting to see that Dancer, not wanting to see that Priestess, which again, very, very understandable, especially on Ever Sleeping Town. There are so many areas you can utilize both of those characters, and it really just is dangerous to allow either of them out. So not wanting to let them out. Yeah, it does leave the Seer on the table. We do have Toy Merchant, Wildling, Acrobat, Mercenary, First Officer, and Entomologist are all banned here.
Yeah, they have
Right
most
away.
of the supports banned actually, so that's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. They also have both Mercenary and First Officer banned as well, and Wildling, so they're really kind of lacking on that Rescuer front. They could definitely pull out a Coordinator or maybe a Gravekeeper if they wanted to... Oh, okay. Well, they're actually going to pick the Seer and the Forward. So I guess Forward kind of fits the Rescuer slot, if we want to make that argument. Whether Forward is more of an assist or more of a rescue at this point, but it's a very strong couple of first picks here.
Yeah, because there's no pressure for the universal bans, so they can just try to get whatever characters that they need in the first two picks before some of them manages to ban all of them. So this is definitely pretty good against most of his hunter pool because, and yeah, we have the Hermit Opera Clerk ban coming out. So the only real seer and forward counters that we have left are probably Wax maybe and Sculptor. So 7 Low does have a few multi-hit hunters like Sculptor, but we might not be bringing them out this time.
Yeah,
Especially
I would
especially on
definitely...
Ever Sleeping actually. Ever Sleeping is not a good map for Sculptor.
Yeah, it's kind of a rock and a hard place here. It's like, do you go... I feel like Wax Artist might be the best pick here, at least at first, because it does have that kind of harassment counter as well as the Seer counter, and is also very, very strong on Ever Sleeping with all of the kind of tunnels for that Wax to be unavoidable within. But as well, I feel like Wax Artist has just been struggling in the current meta with Cypher Rush. We haven't been seeing him nearly as much this tournament year. But we are going to ban out the Patient too, so not wanting to see that kite potential. Patient, again, very, very strong on basically any map that has tall things in it, and that's the majority of Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah. Patient, I think is also a good counter to Bloody Queen. So it seems like he might still consider playing Bloody Queen because it's definitely one of his signature characters. So there's that consideration.
Yeah,
And it
we're
seems
going to
like they're
lock in
picking
an
Embalmer.
Embalmer.
So they're definitely gonna try and go for the 1 out, I think. Because
Yeah, that's really all they
Embalmer,
need to kind of secure their lead here. Is just one escape.
one escape. Even if DX has to tie, they still only have to tie the next round in order to win, because they have the round point advantage.
Yeah, I do like it when in tournaments we get into these strategies where it's like we don't need to win, we just need to win the round or win with enough points in order to secure it. But it makes things interesting. It makes things more interesting. It looks like we're going to see that Antiquarian banned out once again here, and that Lawyer coming out again from Invictus. They really do enjoy that Lawyer, and
I really
honestly,
like their Lawyer.
it's not a surprise with how powerful Lawyer is, and especially on a map like Ever Sleeping, bringing Broken Windows on Lawyer basically guarantees a free transition into any area on the map.
Yeah, I think a hunter for this con might be Excitement Night Watch, but probably Excitement and Trump card actually. I'm not really sure. This is definitely not a good con to play Bloody Queen against, but you could maybe target Embalmer and Lawyer. You have Seer support and then you have Forward support, so it's really hard to say.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what this hunter pick ends up being because it's just not an ideal situation here. You really do just need to have a powerful hunter here, and with the hermit, opera singer, and the clerk all being banned out here, um, it puts the pressure on Luo to, because yeah, Bloody Queen's not ideal here, Sculptor's not ideal here, Wax Artist maybe, but with the map pressure that the Embalmer brings, Lawyer as well, it's really going to be difficult to work around.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with Wax Artist is that he's kind of like a tie character now, because you can sell against a Wax Artist as long as you're careful not to die near a cipher. All you have to do really is just not die near a cipher, Kai maybe 2.5 ciphers and have blink. That's all you really have to do to get a tie against Wax Artist. Even though he's really good on never sleeping, he doesn't really have any mobility.
Yeah, I don't even think we've seen like maybe 1 or 2, I think, this tournament season. I'm not like fully I haven't been fully up to date with IVL and IGL, but there's been like very, very few waxers. But I would be scared of a Nightwatch pick too, because Nightwatch is kind of dropped as well with that nerf. We are going to get the Persona Webs.
He got nerfed pretty heavily, so he's not really a 4-kill player anymore. Even though, yeah, we just saw yesterday that Chongai got a 4-kill with Nightwatch. But it's really hard to get a 4K with Nightwatch now, because he's not as mobile as he is before. And survivors have strategies to counter Nightwatch as to like how to kite him, how to prevent him from being able to use his mobility during endgame. So we have broken windows, flywheel tied on forward, and broken windows.
Yeah, broken windows across the board here. I'm assuming everybody else does have borrowed time, except for the forward. I feel like flywheel and tied on the forward is definitely a good build here. We do see most forwards do bring that flywheel, especially in this day and age, just to kind of counter excitement or get out of the way if they miss their stun. It does allow for a lot of that close range kind of harassment. But having the Tide Turner as well, they do need that dedicated rescue. At least in theory. I mean, they probably could have gone with no Tide Turner if they wanted to be that daring, but having the Tide Turner on team is a little bit safer, and definitely a good choice. And we are actually going to see that Bloody Queen coming out here. Or no, Breaking Wheel. Sorry, that's the wrong letter.
Breaking Wheel.
It says BW, I read BQ, but that is Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, Breaking Wheel is definitely a 4K hunter, but Breaking Wheel is also risky. We'll see, because I don't think we've seen 7 Lows Breaking Wheel for a long time.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, but the survivors don't have flywheel. Well, forward has flywheel, but the rest of them don't have flywheel, so they aren't having basically the free the free snap counter that the flywheel brings, other than the forward, obviously. But Broken Windows also does bring a lot of distance between, and that's also what you need in order to counter the snap. So we could definitely see that coming in handy against this Breaking Wheel. But yeah, as you're saying, Breaking Wheel has kind of fallen down the totem pole. And it will take a lot of just control here from 7 Low to keep up that map pressure.
But there's definitely a chance to get a 4K, really, because there's not much you can do against a Breaking Wheel once he gets second presence. I feel like 7 Low is probably gonna go for an Insolence trump card kind of build, because he needs to get this 4K for his team. And if he has a trump card and Insolence, he can speed up his chase and possibly go for map control and maybe a normal or peepers later on.
Yeah, I would worry though, not bringing detention could definitely be a danger here, especially with the Cypher Rush potential. Obviously, the
Mhm.
forward does have a pretty significant decoding debuff, but none of the other survivors do, and the lawyer obviously can Cypher Rush very, very effectively, can rotate effectively as well, so he doesn't end up catching the first chase, but
Mhm.
even if he does, you still have two survivors that can normally decode, support the kites as well. There's a lot of team potential here with this comp to counter the breaking wheel.
And knowing that it is a breaking wheel, they're probably going to try and pick spots that are hard for the wheel to chase after. And it seems like, yeah, for forward, he's not that afraid of being first chosen. Embalmer can rotate to double 11. Seer can probably rotate to two-story.
Yeah,
It
and
seems like
lawyer
Seer is
obviously.
probably the first.
Seer being the first chase honestly isn't too bad, especially if we're looking at the insolence as well. The owl's really not going to be much of a problem. But yeah, I'm really like looking for that hunter persona if we're able to see it here, because that is going to be the most interesting thing. It looks like we actually can't see it, unfortunately, so I guess we'll find out, but it does look like insolence is in play here. The real question is whether we're working with whatever our other skill is here.
I think it's intention because I don't see trump card, and I don't see the hunter's instinct on the top corner. But that's a really fast two spikes for the seer. So he just got his owl back, and he's gonna use the owl to transition into the pallet area. Probably gonna be best for him to down some of the pallets. So, and it seems like he's gonna be able to go through that window, and he's gonna be able to put down another pallet. Oh, he's gonna hit through the pallet. And it seems like
Yeah,
7 lows bringing excitement.
Yeah,
This is
excitement
a
definitely respecting that forward.
So we're at about just one cipher actually. Probably less.
Yeah, that
And it
down
seems
was
like
really
forward
just
got found out.
detrimental.
It's like 7 lows. Oh, 7 low was focusing on 4, but now he realized that Embalmer is here. And he's gonna hit the Embalmer first before he forces the rescue. This is still a pretty good area for. Oh, but he still got down pretty quickly, and it seems like he's not gonna be able to get the coffin in, and the coffin isn't useful against wheel either way.
Yeah, that is kind of a dent in bringing that Embalmer here. With the amount of mobility that the wheel has, you really just catch up right away to where that coffin is. But forward is going to come in for this rescue. Nice flywheel there to avoid the spike. Unfortunately, is going to catch a spike here and is able to just come for this rescue. And we're going to get an immediate hit on the seer there. Very unfortunate there. But the forward can be in the area, but we do have excitement to work with. So it's really not going to do much.
I think they are predicting that it is excitement because it didn't seem like they were gonna harass for the first time. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, going right for that stun, and forward is going to take a hit in there. Is going to be chipped as well, so is really just going to need one spike and a snap to get down. Does still have the full ball to utilize though, so can definitely bring that out here in order to avoid getting chipped, but we have actually transferred the coffin over to the forward. So if the forward goes down right here, which he will, they don't need to come in for a rescue, which will be very helpful for them.
Yeah, and they decided to just directly have the forward involved. And how much are the ciphers right now? So we're missing about 1.5 ciphers. So if a lawyer can kite this, there's a chance for them to get at least a 1-man out.
Yeah, but it looks like we are switching targets here, heading back towards where that forward's coffin was. They were able to heal up though, or they were at least able to heal up the Embalmer, it looks like. Forward transitioning out of the area, and Embalmer is going to take this kite.
And we know that his excitement is on cooldown, so Embalmer can possibly try to fight this, and he doesn't get the hit through the pallet. His next trap is ready, and there's nowhere for the Embalmer to go, so the Embalmer's probably gonna go down soon.
Yeah, but forward is in the area, can definitely harass here, but only has about 8 seconds to do so. It doesn't actually look like he's going to come in a little bit afraid of that harassment, I would say, or afraid of the excitement. Excitement is back up here, so any harassment the forward tries to do is not going to work. And it looks like forward might just be leaving, staying in the area, but there's not a lot of opportunity for him to get this rescue. It looks like the lawyer is actually coming in here to get this as the forward. Yeah, okay, Luo is going to take the bait here. Another nice flywheel, but unfortunately it's really just temporary there to dodge the spike. Lawyer is going to get a nice no damage rescue, but is this like this is their final cipher?
Yep, and it just seems like they're gonna get this final cipher pressured by 7. Wait, he does have trump card. He does have trump card, but it's not displaying on the lower corner, so that's
yeah, it's because the persona visibility is turned off, I think. But yeah, we are looking at no detention, which would be great for Invictus here if they were able to pop that final cipher. Unfortunately, it really doesn't look like that's going to happen in this situation because the final cipher is here at the chair.
Yeah, lawyer should be able to make the rescue, but forward is on second chair now, so Will can just keep on pushing this cipher. And there's actually not much that they can do about it. And then Balmer actually got rescued twice, so where is 7 going? I think they might want to have to.
Yeah, I don't think Embalmer is going to be able to make this unless Lawyer comes in as well, but Lawyer's almost all the way across the map here. Embalmer with 2 coffins there, but no coffins used for the teammates. Forward is going to take off here. This is looking like a 4-man elimination once again for Luo.
And as long as he lands his trap, and it's pretty much a 4-man now. Ooh, the tram.
Yeah, respecting the tram there. But yeah, he just needs to kind of corner the lawyer here. But it does look like Embalmer has actually gotten back up, can use that coffin on the lawyer. It does look like he's going to have more than enough time to do that, but
it doesn't really matter anymore because it's real. It's a breaking wheel. And also Embalmer has used up his self-kill. So all he has to do now is secure Embalmer, and yep, the survivor has to have surrender, and Silverbow has gotten another 4K.
yeah, just beautiful work there, and really just taking advantage of the fact. I mean, none of them had flywheel except for the forward, and the forward did do some very nice flywheels. Unfortunately, it just was only to dodge the spike temporarily, which Luo was just able to circle back around and get once again. But that was just don't underestimate the breaking wheel, even in this current meta where we don't see breaking wheels anymore. He's not nearly the kind of guarantee meta that we saw a couple years ago, but he's still very, very formidable.
Guaranteed meta, the only one is Opera Singer. That's it. Opera Singer is the only guaranteed meta right now. Sadly. But the good news about Opera Singer is that you can see players playing their specialty characters in round 2 and round 3 because Opera Singer is always going to be the round 1 ban. So yeah, round 1 is definitely Opera Singer. Round 2, Opera Singer has to be banned. So you have round 2 Dream Witch, you have round 2 Bonbon, and it does make things more interesting because it makes the game more hunter-sided, especially because the game was so survivor-sided maybe even just a few months ago.
And it still really is. I mean, we've been seeing all of these competitive teams like learning how to counter the Opera Singer in real time. Just through, every round 1 is an Opera Singer. At least not here. We did actually see round 1 double clerk. But round one opera singer in overseas tournaments has really just kind of been like this opera singer testing ground in a sense of like what's effective against her, what works, what doesn't work.
The thing with NAEU is that no one lets out opera singer at maybe peak tier rank, because I think what happens on CN is that people don't ban it, especially professionals, because they know how they have to play against opera in they know they have to play against opera in tourneys, so they don't ban opera singer as often now.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense because they need to learn how to
Yeah.
counter her somewhere, and
And not just
yeah,
by
that's
countering like
cool.
their own hunter.
Right.
But yeah, like I can say that like for the past what, like couple of months, I don't think I've like unbanned opera singer like more than 3 times really.
Yeah, because it's
Opera
just.
singer is it's just too strong.
Mm-hmm. I do want to see her get nerfed again because I feel like the biggest issue with her is just her basic, like she doesn't have cooldowns, and any cooldown she has, she can just.
Yeah.
Well, she can't cancel the teleportation cooldown, but like she has infinite dash, she has infinite chase, and even the cooldowns she does have aren't fast or aren't slow, aren't they're not long. That's the word I was looking for. But yeah. There's just so much that she has in her versatility that it's like you need to
Yeah, I feel
you
like
need to be
there's
able
no
to.
drawback of picking an opera singer. There's literally zero drawback of picking an opera singer. So we need priest. We have another priestess and dancer ban. So for GX, he's coming on second half, and his teammates have just been 4K'd. So he's banning priestess and dancer again. And what does DX have left to work with? Because I think they're definitely going to ban the clerk, the opera singer, and probably they're going to ban his Anne or Geisha. They definitely has something to work with.
I would definitely be interested to see if they, because the thing is that we haven't actually seen Opera Singer come out yet here. So we could see either the opera singer gets banned here, and we do allow out the geisha or the disciple, because I feel like clerk I feel like is going to be their first ban.
Yep.
But they could either they ban it's again, it is that position that you were talking about where hunters are allowed to play their mains because of this opera singer kind of blanket ban. It really does put Tel'annas in that position where they can pick, or they can ban the geisha, they can ban the disciple, they can ban the clerk. The opera singer is still on the table, or they ban out the opera singer and they allow the geisha or the disciple or the clerk to come out.
Yeah, I feel like opera singer, I feel like they probably won't let it out though, because no matter, like, even if you kite maybe like 3 ciphers, like we saw yesterday in IVL, like you can kite 3 ciphers, you can be one of the strongest survivor teams, but opera singer has the mobility and the chase to actually bring maybe even a 3-man endgame into a 4K.
Especially on a map like Eversleeping, because there's so much potential there for the opera singer just with her mobility.
Yeah, Eversleeping is a really good map for opera singer, just because there are a lot of narrow places where opera singer can just go between the shadow areas. So she can basically go between like the 2 walls and cover a lot of distance really quickly.
Yeah, I'm definitely very interested to see if these when these hunter bans come through. But just to kind of recap on the win conditions here, right now we are guaranteed a round 5 because of the 4K in the first round. There is no even if DX gets a 4-man elimination here, it's still going to be a tied round 4, which means that we will be heading into round 5. Otherwise, in any other situation, if there is a 1-man escape here from Tel'annas, they will win the round, and it gives them a pretty good fighting chance coming into round 5, but again, it will still guarantee that round 5 situation.
But yeah, at least if they win this round, at least I think it's good for morale though. So we'll just have to see what happens. DX still has a lot of hunters to work with, so I'm curious to see. What he's gonna bring out, and how he's gonna maybe try and bait flywheels or bait them to bring broken windows instead.
Yeah, that would definitely. I feel like they might be able to go, or they might be forced to go with more unconventional persona webs here, especially if they are leaving the opera singer on the table. We could see some more stuff kind of out of the ordinary, but it looks like we will be getting those hunter bands in shortly, and that really does just kind of dictate what DX is going to play, or if we even see a hunter that we haven't seen before, apart from what's already on the table.
I do think he definitely has a lot of other hunters that he can work with, so anything is possible.
Yeah, and that just is the power of having hunters that have such a large pool for them to work with. It looks like our first 2 survivor picks are going to come through here, and Tel'annas is going to lock in the mercenary and the entomologist. Global bands, I believe, are coordinator, magician, explorer, psychologist, seer, and acrobat. So, they are going to ban out the opera singer, clerk, and we're waiting on that 3rd ban, but that is going to leave, at the very least, a hunter that DX has already played is still going to be on the table here with that opera singer ban.
I feel like they might want to ban Anne and bring a lot of flywheels. Like, that could be a valid strategy because opera, clerk, and Anne are all countered by broken windows. Oh, they banned the geisha, opera, and clerk. So it does leave DX with an Anne and a sculptor. Anne and possibly a sculptor.
Yeah, I feel like, I definitely agree with you where they banning the disciple and then letting the geisha out, bringing a lot of flywheel. But I feel like DX probably also could have taken advantage of that by baiting out that geisha, baiting out the flywheels, and then bringing a different hunter. But I do feel like I would definitely be very afraid of a geisha on Ever Sleeping.
Yeah,
it is
geisha
kind
on
of a
Eversleeping.
for her. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get it. But that disciple is still very much on the table and very, very scary.
It also has a night watch to work with now because but I think what we know they also know, so he does have a sculptor left and maybe Anne and a night watch.
Yeah,
But,
I would be very scared if that night watch comes out. In terms of
all 3 of them are countered by broken windows. So yeah, that's the only problem because now maybe banning geisha was the right choice because what they can do now is that they can just bring broken windows because they know that you probably don't play a wheel. You probably don't play wheel. You probably don't play Dream Witch. So I'm wondering if DX does have a hermit though because Ever Sleeping is a really good map for hermit.
Yeah, I would definitely, I feel like the Hermit might as well be a very good aggressive pick here, to kind of leverage out that tie. but it looks like we
Mhm.
are going to see the antiquarian locked in. So that's definitely interesting if they're afraid of that disciple coming back, having
Mhm.
another short range stunner. But yeah, it is interesting. I
Not
feel,
sure.
or no, was that
I think
antiquarian ban?
Antichrist
My
is the
bad.
ban.
Yeah.
That's the ban. That's
I
the ban.
I'm not getting any better at this. But
Oh
yeah,
no.
that is an
Oh
antiquarian
no, it's
ban here.
alright.
That
It's
makes more
alright.
sense.
Yeah, if it's an antiquarian ban, like, well, it doesn't look that much like Anne, but Anne is still not that great at countering antiquarian, so it does look a bit more like Night Watch to me.
Yeah,
Is this?
these
Yeah.
with the mercenary and the entomologist being yeah, okay, yeah, I had to go and double check that it was the mercenary and the entomologist. But okay, so they are going to lock in the embalmer, and yeah, I feel like that does kind of it increases their chances in theory, when it comes
Hmm.
to getting just that one man escape in order to win the round. But
Hmm.
yeah, I
Night Watch. Night Watch looks good actually. Night Watch looks good for this comp because he's not as afraid of Embalmer and he can chase Ento first.
mhm.
Now we have a lawyer ban, so we're still not letting anyone play that lawyer.
Yeah, I respect that lawyer ban. I really do respect that lawyer ban. He is not
Mhm.
fun to go against.
Yeah, especially with a four-man team because the lawyer can just tell you constantly where the hunter is and what they're trying to do. So it kind of
Yep,
removes the
and
element of
just
like lawyer is also crazy fast now. So
mhm.
double. So yeah, imagine this like. You hit a lawyer and he gets a pallet speed boost and he gets a window speed boost. And he also has veterans bonus. And then
Yeah,
the
he's just
cipher
gone.
pop. And then like literally at that point, the lawyer's
That's
like
when you
so out of your
surrender.
range that yeah. That he doesn't even have any heartbeat, but yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah, I underestimated the lawyer buff until I had one in a
Mhm.
match. And it was
Oh
like
my
right
god.
outside Red Church,
Hmm.
near the chair that spawns next to that rock, which is kind of a vague
Hmm.
description, but I hope it makes sense. Anyway,
Yeah,
right outside where the basement spawns inside the church,
yeah,
that chair.
yeah. I know, I
Hit the
know the
lawyer
player you're talking
once.
about.
Yeah, hit the
Hmm.
lawyer once. Lawyer takes the window boost on the way out of the church,
Graveyard
immediately in
window?
graveyard. Yeah, the
Yeah.
graveyard
Oh my
window.
lord.
Just
That
immediately in
is
graveyard. But it looks like our
weeping
final pick has
clown.
come in. Weeping Clown.
This is
It's not
definitely a good
something that we
comp for
see
Night
every
Watch.
day. Yeah.
This is good for Night Watch because he can counter Weeping Clown and he can counter Entomologist. And Weeping Clown's not really stable as a harasser. So I feel like Sculptor would really struggle against this comp, but Night Watch is good. And would struggle against Weeping Clown and Entomologist though, because all you have to do when you get counted is to use your skill. And also
Yeah.
Endel's support for against Anne is really strong because you can interrupt her jump.
Yeah, I would be excited to see a Night Watch. It's been a minute. Um since I didn't watch IVL last night. But it's
Hmm.
been a minute since I've seen a Night Watch, and I feel like even with working with the nerf here, I
Hmm.
feel like on a map like Ever Sleeping, there's a lot more to kind of work with
Hmm.
uh around that nerf.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential because there aren't as many palettes and windows in Ever Sleeping as there are on the small maps maybe. And also Nightwatch can pressure them to have the last ciphers really close together. And if the last ciphers are close together and Nightwatch has second presence, it's going to be really hard for them to decode or kite. And he can just go back and forth to pressure them.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on the persona webs here, but I'm definitely intrigued to see what they decide to bring for that, because we could possibly go with a double tide turner situation, but I feel like they will just leave oh, okay, well, they're coming in here. Okay, mercenary is going to have tide turner entomologist with broken windows. I feel like the
Mhm.
rest of the team will probably have that broken windows as well, but we're still waiting for confirmation on those. And I'm assuming this does mean borrowed time for at least the first two. But yeah, really, it's definitely a tense situation here, um, for Tel'annas. They need that one man escape, otherwise they are heading into this, um, with still continuing that 5-point deficit. So
Yeah. They
yeah,
at least need to, even if they get 4K'd, it's fine, but they have to get a tie and a 4K next. And by round 5, like the hunters don't have as much to play with. And Embalmer is flywheel broken windows, VP is flywheel, so they're definitely going for that one man out. Like, they're just gonna sell Embalmer, like they're gonna make Embalmer cut as much as they can, and then they're probably just gonna try it and use it to stall time instead. Because all they need right now is a one man out.
yeah, having that embalmer with the broken windows flywheel, they really want that embalmer to be that first chase. I feel like maybe DX could anticipate that and kind of avoid the embalmer until later. But I mean, embalmer's not the worst first chase, especially depending on the hunter pick here. If we do see a night watch, I feel like if we see something like maybe an insolence, oh, okay, we actually are going to see the night watch. I feel like if we see like an insolence night watch or something, that the first chase on an embalmer wouldn't be too terrible, but we'll see.
Hmm? Wait, why is Alex in instead of DX? I think they invited the wrong person.
I think it might be just to get DX into the match. But okay, yeah, there we go.
All right, the right handed. So we're definitely going for that night watch. I feel like if he wants to go for a 4K, maybe he has to bring trump card. I'm wondering if he might go for an insolence trump card at this point, because he has to get this 4K. And we're still waiting for one person to join, I think.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, yeah, no pressure on Tel'annas here in this round. They need that solo escape to just try and get at least a little bit of points on their side. They need a round on their side in order to win, to have a hope of winning in the final round here.
Yeah. But at the very least, I think having a mercenary means that they have 2 guaranteed rescues at this point. So this is definitely making the comp a lot more stable. And for all the characters that are really countered by Night Watch, except for the Weepy, they're all reading broken windows. They should be able to kite for a long run, get the one man escape, especially because Night Watch got nerfed and his map control isn't as good as before.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how the Night Watch holds up, especially with that nerf, because that nerf was really just detrimental to the like versatility of the Night Watch. But we're going to get into the spawn picks here. It looks like, oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, Mercenary is going to spawn in the middle, very normally. Embalmer could definitely rotate into the corner house. We'd be having full control of that double 11. And Entomologist in the center here. Nightwatch is going to spawn very close to that Embalmer, I would say, as Tel'annas is hoping for. And it'll just come down to the Embalmer's ability to kite.
Yeah. And DX is also forcing them to not be able to go into graveyard because he's gonna spawn outside of graveyard. So either Entel or Embalmer would be a good first phase because both of them are countered by Nightwatch. And it seems like DX is gonna go for the Embalmer, and Embalmer's just gonna go straight for Destroy. It's like he's gonna try a mind game, and it seems like he's managed to successfully mind game the Embalmer.
Yeah, we do thankfully have that coffin out. Not quite able to hit that fall attack there, but we are already having the Tempest to play. Yeah. Oh, the bees!
And Entel's support, but it didn't do much because Embalmer's still within the vicinity. And he got a little bit mind game here. And it seems like Embalmer's probably gonna. Oh, yeah, that was a beautiful.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Yeah, beautiful stun there by the Weeping Clown, but unfortunately a little bit of mind gaming around that window and a terror shock. We're just gonna go right for that coffin though.
Yeah, but he doesn't have as much. He doesn't have enough wind to get back all the way, so Embalmer still has a bit of time to react, and he's gonna hit the bees, and he sees the Embalmer heading out, so it looks like the Embalmer got mind beamed, and he has to vault, and Blink is forced out, but ciphers still aren't enough because we're still at about 2.5 ciphers maybe. Mercenary probably has to go in for this rescue and try and get the Titan out.
Yeah, it looks like Mercenary is going to...
Embalmer also has the 10% extra time on here, so Mercenary is probably going to have to try and rescue the last minute to maximize their Embalmer pick. And
yeah, oh, we're going to miss that hit.
And that was a no damage rescue, and he managed to body block.
Yeah, very nicely done from the Mercenary.
And Entomologist support. So hopefully, Embalmer flywheel! Oh, that DX managed to bait out the flywheel actually.
Yeah, very nicely done there.
So VP is still gonna try and stun him, and seems like he managed to stall for a bit, but not for long. And he only has one more rocket left. He can definitely be the next piece.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to go directly onto the Weeping Clown here, baiting out that flywheel with a beautiful heavy hit.
Weeping Clown has one more rocket to work with, so this is going to be difficult because it seems like he's going to save the rocket. And he goes down in graveyard, so... And the last two ciphers are about maybe 20% each. So Mercenary still has to rescue, and Encho is pretty much done with her bees. Encho has used all of her bees for support.
Yeah, I think the main issue here is that they just don't have enough progress on those ciphers to really make a dent here, because this could be a very good situation here. Unfortunately, they just don't have enough cipher progress just yet, and with the Mercenary being forced to decode, but it doesn't look like Mercenary is decoding either. It looks like they might be trying... Okay, Entomologist rotated over to the Mercenary cipher. Mercenary is going to try and come in for this rescue. Coming in kind of through the back, not where Nightwatch is looking. So this is going to be, I think, another no damage rescue, but it does look like Nightwatch is actually... Yeah, extending out here, trying to pressure that cipher, but going to double back here, and now that the rescue has gone off. Weeping Clown trying to hide here, but I don't think... Ooh.
Oh, that was one missed hit. Might be able to kite a bit. And that was a missed blink. Ooh. But it seems like he's probably still gonna go down here though.
Yeah, we're also going
Yeah,
to switch to teleport
But thankfully he's managed to
preparation.
get he's managed to get they're managing to pop one cipher. There's still a good chance for them to maybe get that one man out. If entomologist needs an item now, but why are they together? Entomologist needs an item. Mercenary needs to kite this one out. But it's gonna be hard for him to kite because he's at half health already.
Yeah, and with that mercenary nerf in play here, we are seeing, or going to see, well, we're going to see now, taking a hit there, losing that pallet mine game. We're going to see that the mercenary's delayed damage is very, very fast now. Mercenary is going to go down. Entomologist doesn't have an item yet. Really just needs to hide, but this is looking like a 4-man elimination here. They don't have enough progress on the ciphers to try and bring this back to a 1-man.
I think they can maybe try this strategy where both of them just lie on the ground and try and bleed out. Because once someone uses self heal, it's pretty much over for them.
It's very well done by the entomologist, kind of getting the wind stuck on that wall, but is going to take a basic hit there. It does still have most of the pallets in this area to utilize, but it's really only a matter of time. Mercenary has used self-heal, possibly going to try and go for one of those ciphers. But entomologist is going to go straight down. We are going to teleport. Yeah. Mercenary does have a
this is the second presence I watched. Oh, and he's seen the footprints. Oh, Mercenary has to kite, and once Ento uses her self heal, honestly, Nightwatch can just go back.
Yeah, this is really looking.
There's only one pallet left for Mercenary to work with, which is it's not an ideal situation, and it does look like another person.
Yeah, Mercenary is just going to go down here.
Unless Ento can hide until Mercenary bleeds out. Or they can somehow hide, heal up, and somehow pop the last cipher.
Yeah, well, it actually isn't impossible here. DX is kind of gone in the opposite direction to the survivors. But it looks like Entomologist is searching for an item here. DX, doubling back, knows that there's no one in this area, and also that the dungeon isn't here either. But, oh, Entomologist was actually able to get a syringe, so that'll be very, very helpful in prolonging this match to try and push for that 1-man escape.
Yeah, now all they have to do is try and prevent herself from getting the crowds from being enacted. So it doesn't seem like she's gonna heal herself fully until. So she should heal herself fully now. Yep. And this is a pretty good area to kite in, to be honest. But DX does have fast pallet breaking. Oh no, he doesn't. I think I'm just used to Sculptor's pallet breaking speed at this point. That anything looks like fast pallet breaking.
Yeah, we are going to get a very nice heavy hit in there. Entomologist doesn't quite have enough of that syringe left to even try to heal, but it looks like they're just going to keep looping around this area and unfortunately taking a terror shock there. This is going to be a 4-man elimination, and the points are, that round is tied once again going into round 5, with Envy still still keeping that 5 point lead from the second round.
5 points in the lead.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, just what a... This really is just such a hunter-sided matchup, which I guess is kind of typical of NAU, but it's really just going to show that these hunters are the backbones of their teams.
This goes to show like how good the hunters at NAU are actually. Now we're waiting for round 5. We're waiting for round 5. We're waiting for the map.
Yep, I would say still no map. Yeah, still no map bans for this round. But I definitely wonder what they're going to pick here. We can maybe go on. I don't know, because Tel'annas is going to pick the map here. So we could go something, because the thing is that they need to if Tel'annas wins this round, it would still be 1-1, right?
If Tel'annas wins this round, it's a 1-1, so it just depends on the points. So if they get a 7-2, we go into overtime. If they win with like maybe like a 5-3, Invictus wins because they won 7-2. So now the pressure is on Tel'annas because now they not only do they have to win this round, it's likely that for 7 low he needs to get a 4K, and for the survivor team they need to get at least a tie and preferably a 3-man if they want to win. If they get a tie, they only go, and 7 low gets 4K, they only go into overtime.
Yeah, and I mean we've definitely seen how much these survivors can push the length of the matches even when losing, so going into overtime probably wouldn't be ideal here for these teams. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see what this map ban will be. Or map pick, not map ban.
Yeah, we forfeit match 2
I feel like this is a joke.
Huh? I hope this is a joke. I really hope this is a joke. Huh? Are we actually doing this?
Yeah, so internal developments are saying that Tel'annas is considering forfeiting and not playing round 5. I guess we will see if this is a serious thing or if they are joking, but
I don't think so. I don't think it's serious. I hope it's not. Yeah. If the survivors go first, and if they do get 4K, I think it's over. Yeah, if survivors first, they go 4K, it's over, because the best their hunter can do is to get another 4K for them. And even if they get 3-man, yeah, if they get 3-man, it's also over. So yeah. If they go survivor first and they get anything less than a tie, it's over for them.
yeah, I guess we'll just see what they decide to do. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if anything, if the Tel'annas survivors go first, then that will set the tone, but I guess we do just have to see if the Tel'annas survivors want to continue.
Yeah, I don't think they're forfeiting. They're gonna go survivors first. If they get anything less than a tie, it's over, because even if 7 Little gets a 4K, if they get 3K, the point difference is still not enough for them to go into overtime or win. So if they go survivors first and they do not get a tie or more, then this is over, apparently. Alright, so they're picking a small map. They're picking Red Church.
Yeah, that definitely. I feel like that does make sense because it does.
Mhm.
If they're able to get more than that tie result, um, it did seem like Lua had a little bit more trouble on larger maps like Lakeside, so that does make
Mhm.
sense that they are looking for eh?
Wait. Mm.
I'm very sorry
I
about this.
will. I
There
will
are
explain.
some
I will explain with that. What map are we
bizarre
going?
internal communications going on right now.
I think they're slightly confused, but it's all right.
Yeah, I do think we are going on with round 5. So okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
church.
round
Yeah, we're
5
going into church.
on yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
We're good. I think we're good. For better or
priestess
for
and
worse, I think we're
dancer
good.
are still banned. Priestess and dancer. Seven says that he wants to go into Survivor as well. So, who knows? I wonder if he still accepts substitutions now, but we'll see. Yeah, so it seems like we're gonna have Seven Low subbing in for Dust. And we have Gray asking DX if he can hunt. So I don't think that's happening. So we're seeing DX for the full 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think yeah, Luo did mean wanting to play another hunter round, I think. So yeah, we aren't going to see any substitutions on the Tel'annas side. But yeah, yeah, we are banning out the priestess and the dancer here, and we're going to pick the mercenary and the antiquarian.
So and Opera Clerk are banned. So that leaves us with the Geisha, Nightwatch, Sculptor.
I would definitely
Sculptor
like to
is
see a
okay
sculptor.
on this map.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think Sculptor is 100 that you can get a tie with as long as you sell and you don't rescue. Because Sculptor right now is not that strong, and her statue hitbox also got nerfed. So I would say Sculptor is a risky pick because there's definitely a chance. And I think if Seven Low sees that his teammates got a tie, he's probably going to be encouraged to get another 4K. And he's definitely capable of it because his hunter pool is actually really good on this map.
Yeah, it would definitely be a very good situation for Tel'annas if they're able to
We also have an Ento ban coming in from Invictus. So and we have an acrobat pick. So the comp right now we have is mercenary, acrobat, antiquarian, and we're just waiting for the last ban and the last pick.
Yeah, this is I mean it's definitely a good team comp for Red Church. You have the antiquarian to use it's basically a free stuns around the map for the antiquarian. And the acrobat as well can be utilized very, very well within the tight areas as well as within the church just to break that distance. But it's shaping up to be a pretty strong team comp. But actually, yes, there is a reminder here that the acrobat Yep, the acrobat is globally banned, so we won't be seeing that acrobat. We have the coordinator, magician, explorer, psychologist, seer, and acrobat being banned here. In response, we will be picking the lawyer. Yep.
As usual. Yeah, I feel like patient would have been a good pick here as well, but lawyer is really strong. He's kind of like a replacement seer. I would
I feel
honestly say
like
that lawyers right now are better kites than seers, especially considering that if the other hunter does have a multi-hit hunter.
yeah. Well, because lawyer, I mean, it doesn't matter. He's so fast that you just can't catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, having that lawyer on the field, I feel like definitely helps with the cipher rush as well. Um, and just pushing towards the getting that more than a tie result that Tel'annas needs. So we are going to ban the Embalmer as well, which, yeah, I feel like just to kind of get that off the field, it hasn't proven to be so effective, at least in the last round. But yeah.
We're waiting for the final pick. So lawyer, antiquarian, mercenary. Patient is good. I would say maybe barmaid is also good, especially because you have an antiquarian. Honestly, anything seems good right now because they already have a really solid comp.
Yeah, I feel like going with the barmaid here could definitely be really valuable. Especially, and with the mercenary and the antiquarian on the team both. Okay, yeah, psychologist was banned out, but having that barmaid on the team can help a lot with the healing.
Yeah, barmaid I would say is a riskier psychologist, but she's also stronger than psychologist because she can heal twice and she can move while healing. So she's kind of a combination between like doctor and psychologist actually, because psychologist is really just So they pick patient.
Yeah, having that patient
Still a really
here.
solid pick.
Yeah. I feel like not having that healing coming in from the barmaid might hurt a little bit, but having the patient as well can definitely extend at least personal containment. Hopefully. Yeah, I would have liked to see that barmaid, but it is what it is. Obviously, patient is still very, very viable. And also having the barmaid on the team for the healing, it means that you need to have the survivors close enough to each other in order to pull off that heal. And out of danger at the same time.
But yeah, we're still waiting for the personas, and then we're waiting for the hunter lock. Are we getting the personas? Okay, mercenary has tied, patient has flywheel, antiquarian has flywheel, and lawyer has broken windows. So they're not going for any suicide builds, sadly. I would have liked to seen a suicide build on the lawyer.
Yeah, I feel like having those builds can be very, very, especially on a map like Red Church where there are so many windows and so many palettes to work with. Having a more aggressive build like that, just focusing entirely on the containment, especially on a character like Lawyer, that is something that we've been seeing a lot in tournaments. But we are going to get our hunter lock in, and it is a sculptor.
So it's still a pretty hard comp to play sculptor against, but there's always a chance of maybe getting something during for camp, because mercenary isn't really a stable rescue against sculptor. As long as sculptor goes near the chair, it's going to be really hard to get a no damage rescue.
Yeah, I feel like mercenary. The only thing they just need to make sure that they're not feeding presence. That's the major thing here, because they can definitely stay away from those statues as long as there's not presence. But I mean, the moment that we end up with max presence sculptor, that is basically over. But yeah, I'm definitely really interested to see how DX is able to kind of counter this, as well as if Tel'annas is able to just put enough points on the board in order to continue to the second half of this round.
I've seen like a lot of sculptors this season say that it's been harder to get wins with sculptor because of how fast ciphers are due to Lori becoming the new meta. So
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance that they can try and get this tie, so that they can go into overtime and somehow maybe even get the win this time. But yeah, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's absolutely not going to be easy for them, and they do the thing though as well is that Sculptor, especially on a map like Red Church, can have such good endgame pressure. Once she's at max presence, once she's fully fed, there's a lot of potential to just guard the gates, make sure that none of the survivors can escape. So really does put the pressure on Tel'annas to have enough survivors up at the end game. Which would have been nice to see that the suicide build coming in on the lawyer in that case, because it would have kind of maybe at least a little bit increased those chances of having a 3 survivor endgame.
This comp is hard to play Sculptor against. So the only good thing is that they have 2 flywheels instead of maybe having broken windows. So I would guess like if DX wants to get the 4K, he probably needs to target the anti-courier first so that she can't throw rocks later on. I think it depends on what he's gonna bring. If he's gonna bring Blink or if he's gonna bring Excitement.
Yeah, I feel like with those spawn points, the Antiquarian will very likely be that first chase. It does look like we are heading towards her and have immediately caught sight of her, so that can be very good here. She's already going to use some of that stick in order to transition into the church, but oh, is she? Oh no, it actually looks like she's going the longer way around, not taking that window, doesn't want to get caught by a statue there. She's actually going to transition all the way around the church, and completely bypassing it looks like. Oh, because Lawyer was in there.
Yeah. Also, it seems like the Sculptor only brought Intention and Blink, and the DX has brought Fast Pallet Breaking, Wanted Order, and also he brought the Charge Attack Speed Boost. So that's pretty interesting because for Sculptor, it's not as useful. And he managed to land that first hit right before Blink is up, while the Underground used her flick. And now Blink is up, and this is looking like it's gonna be a Blink down, I think.
Yeah, it would be very good if we weren't being forced to use Blink, but unfortunately it does kind of look like it's going to be the case. Antiquarian taking the long way around here. Are we going to see Blink come out here? We are, but we're actually going to miss the hit!
Blink.
And a beautiful disarm there from the Antiquarian.
Yeah. Now Antiquarian doesn't have any skills left. And it seems like she's gonna go down, and Sculptor also got an extra 0.5 of seconds. But the ciphers are almost at 3 ciphers actually, so that was a very successful kite.
Yeah, it does look like Mercenary is going to be coming in for this Lawyer, I would say, rotating to try and take over that cipher. We do have the Graveyard up, trying to get a chip in on the Mercenary. Very good bait there. Mercenary can definitely make this rescue before half. Antiquarian's chair is not going very quickly. Kind of trying to just bait out the elbow pad at this corner, but oh! Lawyer coming in from the back, getting in that rescue while the Sculptor was distracted. Unfortunately, Antiquarian is going to go straight down, but the Mercenary is perfectly unharmed and will be able to come in for this second rescue.
At the same time, Sculptor is almost at second presence, and the last 2 ciphers don't really have much progress on them. So we have one cipher at about 50% progress, and we have another cipher at basically no progress. So they're missing a whole cipher and half a cipher. It's gonna be hard for them to get a 3-man, I think, but it's definitely possible for them to try and get a tie, because after all, this is a Sculptor, and ooh, that's Pyro Shock.
Wow, that was so unfortunate. They're just playing around the chair as long as possible, managing to get that chip in, and a beautiful Terror Shock there from DX. That kind of changes everything, honestly. Well, they were able to get down to 1 cipher remaining, and the Lawyer does have that cipher at 55%. Unfortunately, it does look like the Sculptor has found that cipher, and is just going to hit that wall there, kind of trying to pressure the Lawyer out of the area. Patient is also coming in, though.
They're gonna have to try and, but it's gonna be hard for them to get away from the Cypher. But the Cypher's at 60%, and he doesn't have trump card to pressure the Cypher, to maybe normal the Cypher. So yeah, it's definitely looking more like a tie.
Yeah, kind of failing the stun there. I think the lawyer was looking for. It's just unfortunately not going to go through. Going to land a beautiful chip there. Not able to hit the lawyer through that window, but lawyer is going to be able to transition out of the area. Unfortunately, just stopped short
They're going to be down near
by
the Cypher,
that
though.
statue. Yeah.
But the thing is, Merc still has tide, so what they can do is that they can have the Merc heal up, and they can have the Merc rescue, and they would be able to finish that Cypher. Because DX only has the option of chasing after someone, or pressuring the Cypher, and he's not going to be able to do both. So it does seem like DX is going to try and pressure the last Cypher, and the patient is going to go down. He doesn't have trump cards, so there's nothing that he can do. But if he had a trump card and a normal, that Cypher would have been definite 4K.
Yeah, but it does look like Lawyer is kind of trying to stay in the area, as well as Mercenary. They haven't been able to return to that Cypher, though, is the big issue. Lawyer staying in the area, kind of giving tinnitus here. But the they're both here is the thing. They need to get back to that Cypher, even if it is going to be pressured. Mercenary really needs to be careful here.
Oh no. It's another
wait.
Wait, he didn't rescue!
Oh no, that is going to be a double down here and a surrender. That is going to give the win here to Invictus. But wow.
That was a very impressive sculpture, especially considering that he got kited almost 3 ciphers.
Yeah, what a way to end us off. And it really just was. I mean, I have the scoreboard written all out here. Every single round was a 4-man elimination except for one, and it was one round that was essentially just a misclick from Luo that led from a 4-man elimination situation to a draw. And it's just, that was the one round in round 2, or the one game in round 2 that just sealed the ending of this match. It was 4-man eliminations every single round. Just such a hunter-sided matchup here. And yeah, that it really just is what it is. But what a showing just from the hunters here. I feel like this really was just a hunter showcase of a best of 5.
Yeah. It was really impressive though. We got to see 5 different hunters from DX. And we got to see we got to see almost as many from 7-Low, even though there's no second half. 7-Low played a lot of hunters really impressively as well.
Yeah, it was just such fun matches to watch as well. Again, thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Ali, for running this, and thank you guys for sticking around. If you guys have been here since the start of the stream, for literally a 4-hour stream, we basically just passed that mark. So thank you guys for sticking with me. Thank you, Galia. Thank you, DTM, if you're still watching this. But yeah, just it's been a lot of fun today. We will be back next week. I don't think we have solidified the commentators for the matches, but let me just check the schedule real quick. Yeah, next weekend, Saturday, we are going to have ADM versus Ravens at 3 p.m. EST. Then we are going to have DN versus Halcyon at 6 p.m. EST. And then on Sunday, we are going to have Sky versus ADM at 3:30 p.m. EST, and Chaw's Divorce Court versus Vice Versa at 6 p.m. EST. So that's going to be another weekend of very, very fun matches, and then that is going to end the round robin, and once we have the points sorted out from all of the teams, we will be entering the semifinals and the finals in the next week. So it's going to be very, very fun coming up. I will be sure to see you guys again. And yeah, Galia, is there anything else that you want to add?
There's not much, but once again, thank you to everyone. Thank you to Bones for being here for the whole 4 hours of the match. I cannot imagine how difficult this is.
It's
Thank you
fun.
for
It's
always
fun.
being enthusiastic. Like, thank you for being enthusiastic, even though it's already been 4 hours and there's been a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild ride here, but yeah, that is going to call it. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you to both Tel'annas and Invictus for putting on